Right, let's get back and see if we can finish this expedition on this one. There's a good chance we actually might. I was just collecting some supplies and doing some other stuff back on this save. Alright, where is that, there it is. Oh my. And got the Quicksilver quests out, obviously. Couldn't leave those ones behind. Let me see. Oh yeah, down here. This one. Mm-hmm. Three of 5 complete. Okay. It's just basically switching over to another save. I don't know why they've done it like this, but I suppose I need to kind of keep them together, I suppose. There we go. Now, I think we've got a bit done on each phase. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's the junk I have from the last one. We've got to release them. We'd want to do it shortly as well, wouldn't we? Let me see. There. Now, expeditions. So, phase 3 is complete, yeah. So we are on phase 4, which we've done deeper underground. Okay, we've done 2. So this is, yeah, something about cooking, isn't it? I'll make sure and do that in a moment. Then there's put a report to the final dig, collect fossil, blah blah blah. Sell fossils. I'll do that in a moment. Well, can't until we do the last skeleton, can we? So we'll concentrate on this one. Yeah, that's the one there. So we've got to report there. We've got to collect a complete fossil, and they resemble a reptilian. Cool. Oh, we've only got 20 more of those, so that should go pretty. And then there's something about this, this one here. Current objective, learn the nutrient possessor. So that's that one. What's this one? A dish of bones. Okay. Well, what does that require? Put chunks and a giant egg. Yeah. I think I got those before. We'd have to hunt something, wouldn't we? I hope they don't make it too complicated. And then the final phase. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Right, let's go. Just report to the dig. I think we made it here to this system last time, wasn't it? Where's my ship? Oh, it's that thing. Oh my god. You see what we've got to sell here? Probably tons. Yeah. Okay, I think I gotta get rid of this, some of this junk. You know, we'd want to keep some room. Now, let's see what I've got here. Well, we know what we do with those guys. We don't need them for something else, do we? Hang on. Rex, now is not the time I'm streaming. You should have been asleep ages ago. Not sure what's happening with that. Yeah, I'll keep that over here for a moment. And that as well. I want to keep that one. Bring it back with me if I can. And that one as well. These will go, and I think I need that for crafting. And I need to dump those fish as quickly as I can. Now, this guy here. The rest I might need to keep for some strange reason. Yeah. Well, I can easily get rid of those later anyway. Let's sell these, it doesn't really matter. Make too much of a difference. Oh, excuse me. Just making a bit of room. Now, I had something else here as well. Let me see what it was. Yeah, that guy there. What's that, Gek? Now let's see if I picked up the junk from this guy. I think I have. Right, okay, we're ready to go. Yeah, I didn't have time on the last time, you remember, to get rid of this, so that's it. We're trimmed down as much as we can be. What's this? Hyperdrive module. Hang on, let's see if we can... I didn't see that. Let's see if I can install that little guy. That I missed, actually. Ah, that's why I missed it. There's no room. That's a pity, isn't it? Boost maneuverability is useless to me. And that is really bad. Okay, let's try the other one. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, let's just get this out of the way for a moment. I need to scrap this one. Won't be a second doing this, guys. There. There we go. I can destroy these anytime, I suppose. Alright, I think that's the best we can do. let's see. Right. Okay, we gotta go to this guy. Well, at least our hyperdrive range will be improved. I should have done that ages ago. It's a bit late now. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. Yeah, there it is. Any bones on that? No. Probably be needing another planet for that one. Where is this over here? Oh yeah, we gotta look for it, isn't it? Of course. Oh, hi Kazoo. And how have you been? What have you been up to? Yeah, pretty quiet Wednesday. So, what's things like in your part of the world? Anything interesting? Now, let me get something to drink. Yeah, I did a little bit on the other save on this, and now back to this expedition. It's a pity they don't have the system for new players where we could do the old ones or something. I think they do one every so often, but I think few and far between. Borderlands 3 again. Nice. Really? Yeah, here it's... oh my god, it's just too warm. I almost died today. I'm gonna have to... yeah, I'm gonna have to get some kind of air conditioner or something, but it was just for one day. It's kind of weird. Then we might get one in 2 weeks' time, but it's always humid, you know? So the weather has been fine. But during the whole year we had, and this is strange because I haven't seen this in my... well, it didn't last long. We got about kind of half-inch of snow that should have evaporated straight away, but we got this kind of freak kind of cold snap. So it did linger on for about a day and a half. All of the roads were perfect, just on the grass and the shaded areas, you know. But it's pretty much like this every year. Oh, hi Wolf. Not too bad actually. And you, how have you been? Now, just one moment. Yeah, my hair is all over the place, I just gotta fix it, it won't be a moment. There we go, that's better. Finer than a frog's hair. Now, okay, let's get this thing done. So, we've done all of the nasty stuff. So let's find this guy. What's that? Yeah, there'll be very little here. Oh, there is 8 on this, actually. Weird. Another one. Yeah, we might as well have a little bit of fun while we're here. We seem to be close to an ocean, so let's just get that once over. We'll grab the guys in here and then we'll move. Okay, that's about it, guys, here, I think. Yeah, it's only a small pool. There, that was easy. Right, let's head to this dig and we'll find out where it is. Get our extreme radiation. Oh. Yeah, okay, I think we're okay. Oh, there is bones on this planet. Okay. Oh, Sentinel, you kidding me? It's not too bad. Yeah, we're almost here. It's one of those idiot Sentinel planets. Yeah, let's get that. Why not? And we'll go get this guy and we'll get it over with. I don't know, we should get this done on this stream. I can't see why not. Actually, we might be able to even get a little bit on the other side done. Yeah, once we got rid of the silly stuff, you know. Yeah, but it was pretty annoying. Although I did trim it a little bit more comfortable, but I couldn't do that Viking thing on the sides. No, I'm much too old for that. No, more the kind of hippie 70s kind of stuff, I suppose. Although, strange enough, it's only since the pandemic I've actually grown my hair. Always had kind of business haircuts. Yeah, all the time. Then, during the pandemic, you know, you didn't go out much, and I wouldn't let my wife cut my hair. Oh my God. Was I ever telling you that story? Yeah. I couldn't get time anyway, and I used to wear my hair pretty short, almost military style. And, yeah, I bought one of those. You know, those machines where you can put all the different size combs on. Yeah, take what you can get. But, you know, obviously once you take the combs off, it's like bald, yeah. So there was a certain size I put on it, so she did the top and it was okay. And then I put a different size, obviously, on it again. She did the sides and it was okay. But I just noticed a little bit right in the middle on the top that needed to be trimmed again. So I told her to put on the number 3 or 4 on it or something. So she said, yeah, so whatever. I was sitting down and she ran the machine right from my forehead to the nape of my neck. And then I realised that she didn't have any comb on it at all. So I had a reverse mohawk. It was, yeah, literally bald down the side. So then I had to shave my entire head. But I did learn something from that. I wonder, is it the same? Yeah, reverse mohawk. I was raging. You know, there was business I had to do, and, you know, having a neo-Nazi haircut was not a good look. But it was either that or I'd be like that punk band, Prodigy, the British punk band, Firestarter guys. Oh my God. It was like Krusty the Clown. Hmm. Actually, I was going to kill her, then hire some physician to bring her back, and then kill her again. Oh my god, that was a disaster. I was raging. I was absolutely raging. So during the pandemic, yeah, well, I wasn't going out anywhere, so my hair started to grow very long. And then I said, yeah, why not? You know, get one thing off your bucket list. Long hair. Mm. No, I should be okay, but this was bad. But there's one thing I did notice. Um, People looked at me differently, um, especially strangers. You know, I remember. Well, at the time I was, this one we're talking about a long time ago. We're talking about maybe 3 decades ago, more like 2.5 decades ago, and I was pretty fit, pretty muscular. Working all the time outside. You know what it's like. But I remember, I began to notice, be walking down the street, and especially if I had some working clothes and stuff on me, and people would kind of glance at me funny from a distance and conveniently cross over to the other side of the street. I remember I was doing well. Brother of mine, he was doing something, but he was short-handed. I said I'd give him a hand, and he was doing some kind of driveway, block paving, or some fencing, or whatever it was. And it was, one of his old customers, some old lady, but she was a bit of a racist biddy, to be honest, in hindsight, because we were there. It was the summer. I had a big tan out of it and everything, but I was as bald as an egg. The kind of Vin Diesel haircut kind of thing. And she called my brother to the side and she said, what was it? Yeah. She said, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit, something like, are you not afraid, hiring these refugees? So it would have been, yeah, it would have been then probably around the late 90s, just after they came in. And he looked at her and he started laughing and he said, no, he said, not really. He said, and that's my brother, he said. And then, no, she started laughing. But what a horrible thing to say. Why would you be afraid to hire someone because they're a different nationality, or, they choose to cut their hair? It was only then that I realized how people can make judgments on your appearance, which is strange. But imagine making judgments, let's say, on your intelligence or your morals because of your look. Imagine doing that with Einstein. If you didn't know him, you'd think he was a bit off. Or maybe he was a bit off, but brilliant guy. Strange. Hmm. Or here, I look like Chewbacca. Cool. That's nice. That would be a big hit with the Star Wars fans. Uh, oh yeah, so you'd know exactly what I mean. Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. I think it was kind of Hollywood that did that, wasn't it, Wolf? Where if you're a big guy, you've got a beard and you like to drive a Harley, which is nice, to have a hobby like that. You know, people, think you're some kind of troublemaker or something like that. I think it would have been, probably, Hollywood that kind of got that kind of stereotype going, I suppose. Mm. Yeah, imagine that pulling up on a Harley with massive unkempt beard. It reminds me of those westerns, when that stranger comes to town, the gunslinger on the horse, everyone shuts all the doors and they peep through the windows, that kind of stuff. But kind of fun at the same time, I suppose. But I hate when people make assumptions, especially if it came to, well, that wouldn't be too bad, but especially if it came to law enforcement, because then, you're really getting some undue attention, you know. People can be strange. Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Oh, was I ever telling you that story, Wolf? But back in the back in the late '90s, when the floodgates started to open here a bit with the new rule they had for free travel in the EU. Um, for some reason, there was a sharp influx of Romanians. Um, I don't know how they managed to do it, because I don't think they were part of the EU, but whatever. Anyway, there was a ton of them came over. Um, but the Romanians are kind of how could I put this? Kind of dark hair, kind of really brown skin, kind of thing. And this family had a kid, and the kid was much lighter in complexion and had blonde hair. Now, granted, it's pretty unusual, but you know how hair coloring and stuff. No, I don't think they were. They're actually different. Travelers are, well, people keep confusing gypsies. The kind of nomad version of Romanis would have been gypsies. Yeah, yeah, that kind of stuff. Where all of a sudden, you get this kind of red-haired kid out of nowhere here as well. But yeah, Romanians. No, I don't even think they were gypsies. There's a kind of subculture in Romania where it goes back centuries, if not millennia, where they would kind of go from town to town and live that kind of nomad kind of existence. There's a similar group here, and they would be called travelers. And well, basically their origins. Well, the government would like to say that it's because of the famine. They would have been refugees from the famine, which I'm sure a lot of them are. But there is a lot of historical evidence that these guys were around at least back to the 11th century, when there was some documentation found, and a lot of it where back in the 11th century, when a certain lord wanted to make an example to the county or whatever, he would round up all of the people from prison for public hangings. And one of his favourite things would have been to grab these people as well if they were passing through, and just string them up just for fun. But there's a lot of documentation on that as well. So there's even people that would say that they trace their roots back to the Celts, who did pretty much the same. The kind of hunter-gatherer thing where they would move, the tribe would move from area to area, and then obviously they get smaller and smaller. That, I don't know, I don't think there's enough evidence for that. But they've been around since the 11th century. Probably then because of the taxes. There was certain taxes, even before the famine, that were implemented, which made it impossible for people to live. Like, imagine living in your house, in your home, and the government said, well, basically we're going to tax you on daylight, and that's what they did. And they would come around to your house and they would check the windows, and depending on how big the windows were, they would tax you on the light coming in. How's that for a tax?
That's why if you ever come back here and look at some of the old ruined buildings, the old cottages from even going up to probably the 16th and 17th century, the windows were pretty tiny, and even some have none at all because of the taxation. There would have been a lot of that and some other stuff that probably made it advantageous for them to avoid taxes by moving around. That's the most likely scenario. But there is some merit that they could have been, going all the way back to the Celts and just, kind of moved from there. Taxing sunlight, yeah, that was the British. Taxing sunlight, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. There's nothing worse than unchecked government. You know that. Well, they weren't really a government. There's not much. It's not like we could vote away on that one. And when I say we, I mean the people at the time. Obviously, it was long, long, long before my time. Like a millennia. But they had some strange rules, alright. But yeah, the tax to sunlight. Whenever I go on one of my little expeditions again, I'll try and take some photographs on my phone of some of the old buildings that I used to remember visiting here and there. Some old ruins and that. And I'll post them on Discord if I ever do. Hopefully this summer. When I get out and about a bit and kind of move around a bit. For my health. Yeah. Some interesting stories. And I'll show you what I mean. I've always had a soft spot for architecture. But sunlight was taxed. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, where is he? Oh, he's over the hill. Alright, let's go. Yeah, we might as well do a little bit of this. Right, let's get to this guy. There he is. Now, we've got our scanner back at least. Now we're in business, guys. Let's see if we can, put this expedition to rest. History is a fascinating subject. The US has a fascinating history also, for such a young country. How long has it been founded officially? What, about 2.5 centuries, I think? Such a lot of history for such a short time. (1776) independence, isn't it? As a country. 1776. Well, close. Yeah, coming up close to 250, isn't it? Or is it? Oh yeah, as a kind of collection of colonies. 1492. Yeah, that would have been the one. That would have been the Spanish, wouldn't it? Yeah. Now, they say 1492 was the first Europeanist. Yeah, Columbus, was he? Vienna or Spain or Portugal, I forget. That region. Yeah, they say the first Europeans would have been that time. But didn't they find evidence, maybe going back to maybe the 12th century or so? There's a possibility that the Vikings might have stopped off before that. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. For the time, Yeah. I do remember they did a dig where they found some Viking stuff, and that was dated back to around then. Mm. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But that would have kind of, they were always looking for new lands. Maybe that was an expedition and it just went that far and they said, oh, maybe they push further. But wasn't there stories? I don't know how true it is, but there's stories like legends and with the American Indian, or sorry, the Native American tribes about Vikings. Uh, yeah, it makes sense if they got as far as Canada. You know, it's not much more. Well, it was the same area at the time. Yeah, not much evidence. I remember that one all right. That would have been started off by a guy who loved to sell books. But wasn't it the same guy that said that he was a direct descendant of Christ? Yeah, I remember browsing through his stuff. Yeah, yeah. His theory was that, oh my, it was really outlandish, and that Jesus had a family, and then there was direct descendants, and this is what started off the kind of conspiracy theories and that, but pretty much everything he did was debunked as absolutely ridiculous. And I do know that some of the all of the documentation he had was horrible forgeries. Oak Island. I do as well, until I see some concrete proof. But to see some reputable archaeologists, digging up, rune stones and stuff in Newfoundland, yeah, that looks pretty legit. And even then, I'd say, yeah, maybe, kind of thing. Even with that kind of evidence. So, some guy writing a book and taking his word for it with pretty shady documentation. Definitely not enough. Speaking of shady documentation, it reminds me of another story. I remember it would have been the mid-80s, and it was the first time this country started off a national lottery. But the very first guy to win this national lottery, and I think at that time it would have been about 350,000, and that was the old money, which you could get a lot for at that time. I remember you could get a 3-bedroom house for around well under 20 grand, maybe 16 grand. That's going back, so it would have been a lot of money, but he got all this money anyway, and apparently he flittered through it pretty quick. We have even found runestones in rural American fields. Nice, yeah. I would love to see that. Yeah, I would definitely love to see that. But he went through his money pretty quickly. I think within 2 years he managed to squander it. I suppose what you could get for the money these days, it would be like winning, I suppose, like 10 million now. But he went through it pretty quick. But he was a friend of a friend kind of thing. But I went to see a friend and he had to stop off to chat to him about something. He was living in a rundown cottage somewhere, which is silly. But he was anxious to show me something he had. Something that he bought when he had some money. My God, this guy was an idiot. But he brought me in and he showed me this kind of diagram. It was on pretty old paper. But it was paper. Very brown, very old. And it was, the medical man that Da Vinci drew. You know that one? The original one is, I think it's in the Louvre, I'm not sure. But he said it was a sketching from Da Vinci. Yeah, which apparently, it's like selling London Bridge to someone. He said he had. So obviously when he had the money, someone really took advantage of this idiot. But he seemed to didn't understand that, that it would have been more like, in those times, it would have been more like a kind of a parchment thing. That's the one. Yeah, it was that. So he said it was Da Vinci, which the original one was. But how much of an idiot? I I'm familiar with the kind of paper they used to use through even the Middle Ages. At best, no joking, Wolf, this paper was. I'd say you'd want to stretch it to say this paper might have been from the 50s or 60s. But it was obviously chemically treated to look old. But it was too light and it was too smooth, even to be, going back to, the 16th or 17th. So yeah, he was an idiot. So I know now why, he lost so much money. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if you won some big prize and eventually you flitter through it all and then you brought all your neighbours to see your Mona Lisa, in your house that you probably gave a ton of cash for. Yeah, what an idiot. Unbelievable. Yeah, I wanted to say something, but I couldn't, obviously. But he was really proud. Oh my god. And what he should have doing was the likes of Dali and some other guys did a few. You remember was it Dali in particular before he got famous, or was it? No, it was Dali. I think Van Gogh as well. They used to work a lot from coffee shops, and sometimes they couldn't pay the bill, and they would draw a little sketch or something for the proprietor. And they used to be pretty popular. Not worth massive millions, but worth lots of money. Stuff like that I would have invested in from probably, yeah. He did. All of them did, actually. Yeah. All of them did. Something like that. But to be honest, even then, the best part of 500,000, even back in, I think it might have been the early 80s, even that wasn't a ton of money. But if you invested it well, you'd be okay. It's strange too how through the decades how money seems to be almost useless now. I remember, back in a time if a guy had like 1 million, he was set for life. Now, in some areas, you can barely buy a modest enough house. Unbelievable. Let's have a look and we'll see what this guy has. Well, earn several million in a lifetime and go through it. All in bills, yeah, and payments. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it takes money to live. But imagine if, we ever got back in one lump payment everything we've ever spent. Yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, it takes money to live. Now let's get in here. Now we got that one report to the fort dig. So what do we get for this? We get the display and an inventory slot and some words. Yeah, that's the one we need. Right, let's get some slots. Oh, we're getting a lot of slots. That's not bad. The more the merrier.
That's it. We've got a little bit more room. Now, let's see. Where are we now? There it is. So, complete, collect, complete, and... Okay. There. Collect fossils. Right. Now, once we collect enough of these, we get the right ones. So... yeah, it says no ancient bones on this planet. Return to space. That's funny. I thought I'd seen some, but it doesn't matter. Let me get this guy. Ah, that's stupid. I thought I'd seen some. It doesn't really matter that much. I thought I'd seen some guys here. Okay, let's get this over with. On the expedition, yeah. There's just some things I want to do and a kind of clean up and small stuff. I should be shortly moving from this game, and I might eventually come back whenever they're doing other expeditions that would only take a few streams. I'll come back to do a little building myself. I find it very, very, very relaxing, you know. Extremely relaxing. But yeah, almost done. You know, once I do this and a few small things with the factions, yeah, I don't think there's a lot of time left in it. And we'll try something else. Now, they were saying, well, I came in on Expedition 18. There's been 17 that was played in the past. But somebody was saying every so often, they do one for a week or so, you know, for people to catch up. But I think they should do one every month. It'd have been nice. Could kind of break it up a little bit. But yeah, almost done. Now, let's go. Let's find something with bones, isn't it? I wonder if we can see them on this here. Yeah, here we go. So... Is this one? No. There's that one. No. There's that one. No. 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 There it is. There. Only lately figured out how to do that. Now, let me see. There, that's the one with the bones, guys. Let's go get it. There's something I've been itching to play right from the very start, and I have it for ages, and that's Medieval Dynasty. Kind of medieval thing, like a kind of building. What do you call that game? That medieval thing. What did I call it? It came out. I forget. I'll think of it in a moment. I'll think of a few others. If I could get my hands or get organized enough to get a decent PC, I'd be spoiled for choice for the kind of games. Yeah, there's not much content left in this. How do we... Okay. Okay, come on now. Oh, water world. You're kidding me. Okay, we'll see what's here anyway. Get something, I suppose. Oh, I got the water jets as well. Yeah, let's have a quick look. Oh my god. This is one of the deep worlds. Wolf, you remember the last time we were streaming and I said there was lithium on the planets that I was looking for? And some guy said the correct pronunciation is lithium, which it is. But on this it's called lithium. I knew I made that mistake for a reason. Look at this. It's one moment here now. Oh, for goodness sake. Now I can't get to that silly thing. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, let me just go down here a bit. And that's horrible, isn't it? This guy won't even dive downwards. Here we go. Now, you can read that there. Lithium. Does that not say lithium? Now, I know the real stuff is lithium. But there it is there. Lithium. I was wondering, as I said it, I was wondering why I was saying it, but somewhere in the back of my mind, I must have remembered what it was called here. But I have heard it been pronounced lithium. Now, I'm not really big into the kind of table, let's say, for minerals and stuff like that, but you know, but it is lithium. So that's where I picked it up. I actually seen it. Yeah, you remember your man said lol, it's pronounced lithium. Or lithium. But apparently not. Not here anyway. Right, let's go. Oh yeah, I feel a bit better about that now. Oh, my English is far from perfect, but and I suppose whose is? Oh, come on, give me some land. Okay, we'll go to this tower. That should be on some kind of land, I'd say. This sounds like an old truck I had one time. Ah, come on. A water planet. That's too far. This one's... Okay, let's go to space and we'll zoom in because this is taking way too long. We need some kind of landmass. Yeah, we're looking for ancient bones. I'm gonna go to that one down there. We need to get out of this sea region as much as we can. It's the only one here as well with bones. Come on with this planetary interference stupidity. It's not that one. Where's the other one? Yeah, I think I'll head for that one there. Ah, here we go. We got some land. Now we're looking for bones, and then some more bones. Ah, goodness, we're back on the water. Okay, this is not gonna work here on this. I'll go to a different system because this is ridiculous. It sent me for bones on an entirely... on a stupid water planet. Okay. Ah, okay. The beauty of procedural generation. Okay, we'll try this one and then we'll move off because for goodness sake, I think we get out of the system. To be honest, this is just too much. Okay, there's got to be some part of this planet that has some land. See, the problem is I can't really see from here. I wonder if we get out a bit from the planet. But I'd imagine that tower is built on land. Apparently not. I don't know, guys. I don't know how we're going to find bones on a water planet. Oh, we'll give it a shot. Let me. But this is pretty deep as well. This is part of the last New Worlds update. You know, the deep water. No, there's not even a sign. Yeah, there it is again. Lithium. Just get one of these just to be awkward. There, let's get back up to our ship. Okay, we'll have a look at the other side of the planet. If not, we'll move to a different system because we'll be here all day trying to find a dry patch of land to find these bones. The easiest way would be to just probably just zoom this way as quick as we can in a straight line. That cloud cover kills it. But regardless, anyway, I have heard it called lithium before. Maybe it is on the elements table. I'm not sure. It's not something I had a ton of interest in as a kid, you know. No, I'm done with this planet. Okay, we'll go out into space, we'll have a look at this. And we'll even see if this stupid planet has any land. Yeah, we'll go to the bottom. It's hard to know. Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? Well, that looks like a landmass there, you see it? Whereas the greener area might be the ocean, so that there should be a landmass. Let's see. Not a hope. See, all we're seeing is clouds. Forget about the scan. I'll go to another system if this doesn't work.
Warning. Threat detected. Hostile ships approaching.
Now we've got to deal with pirates. Fair enough. Oh, you're messing with the big guy now. There.
Hostile ships defeated.
Okay. I don't think it's worth our while messing about here. I think we'll hit another system. Hang on. No. Oh! Okay. That was an underwater thing. Is that land over there, guys? I think we found some land. That looks like land.
Storm clearing.
Well, when the storm clears, we'll be able to see something. You see, the hyperdrive on this is not the greatest. It could take us ages to find something. They still didn't fix that bug where I pick up a passenger every now and again. No, guys. No. Okay, we go to another system. Enough. And because of that, this is going to take some time now. So we're here in Oisif. Okay, whatever. Let's get something close by. Okay. Anything special about that? Not really. Let's try this one here. Dissident. Yeah, whatever. Let's go here. Ah, sugar. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Did you ever notice when you're trying to get something done in the game, everything slows you down? Oh, apparently they scaled these ships to my ship. They need to because this is rubbish. Oh, where's the other guys? I'll keep us occupied for a while anyway, I suppose. Nah, they are pretty weak, these ships. That it? Maybe.
Defeated.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get a free upgrade slot anyway. But that's for a freighter, isn't it? It's no good to us. Ah, sugar. Okay. Well, that doesn't matter anyway. I got an act of piracy because of that one. Pushed the wrong button. Yeah, we don't need it anyway.
Alert. Navigational data received.
You're okay. Now, let's see the planets here. Need something with bones. Okay, we'll do it the easy way. See what I mean? No bones. Okay. Right. Really? I've got to go to these stupid systems a bit. Oh, I'll find one. No, I'm not going to a dissident planet. Let me see, there's got to be something here somewhere. The further we go out, the further we've got to go. Oh, hang on. We might be able to get back to the space stations to the guy with the bones. Let me see. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Alright, let's see. Bones. Oh, there's a ton of... there's one there. That's a biggie. That will do. There. We'll easily get the bones we need on this. We're not too far away. We're just 2 jumps. We might be able to get back through that as well. Where is that planet? There it is. It's a swamp, but there should be enough land on this. I don't think it matters where we pick it up as long as we get the bones. I see there's a lot of water on this stupid planet as well. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, but at least there's going to be land somewhere. We'll find a patch of... Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, this place was originally discovered by someone called King. So, it's this way here, 2 week for... So it's in that direction there. Over on that there somewhere. But if we don't have a proper land system, this is going to take forever.
Toxic protection falling.
This is ridiculous. Okay. Roughly that way. Right, let's go. Should be able to do this from the ship, to be honest, but... I'm sure we'll hit some land shortly, will we? Too weak again. This is, yeah, 2 week. It's in that direction, alright. Yeah, we'll grab a few birdies while we're here.
Units received. Units received.
This is silly beyond words. And water planets are pretty rare, to be honest. Okay, after this I'll find some decent piece of land, but let me see. Ah, right, enough. Let's find some real land. Gotta be somewhere, somewhere. Oh, somebody has a settlement down there, guys.
Weather warning.
Yeah,
Incoming storm.
there might be land in that direction. Somebody's got a settlement down there.
Units received.
And it's that way there, and they said it's too weak.
Toxic protection.
We need to go to that settlement that will be on land. Oh, where was it? There it is. I don't think I've ever seen a settlement on a small island, but there we go. Is it? What have we got? Well, no, till we get under the clouds. This will do. This will do. Okay, at last. Now let's get to work. There we go. Now we're in business.
Toxic protection. Falling.
500 and something, but still. At least we found some. Now, we'll get this slog over with. There.
Toxic protection. Falling.
Uh-oh. God. Yeah, we need to wait in here. This storm is killing me. Let's wait till the storm passes.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology
We don't need that. We just wait till this passes. Oh, what's that down there? No, it's still the other one. Yeah, we don't have the same protection we had on the other suit. Well, we got a tail anyway, one of one back in the original spot. That's not too bad. So we just need a rib cage and all of that. That said something about a full... we can get out to 20 we need here at the very least. We should be able to get 2 of those objectives. I think the full one is when we make one up, I think, to be honest. I've cut back a little bit on the sugar as well. It's driving my blood pressure sky high. So from yesterday I actually cut out all sweets. We'll see how that goes. I'm partial to a picky every now and again, I suppose. It's a pity the terraforming in this game, Wolf, is it's so unstable. You know, everything kind of comes back. You could create some very unusual bases if the modifications you made were permanent. It's even a tiny bit iffy in Valheim, but very, very stable compared to this. Right, let's go. Got it. Generally, expeditions are kind of fun, you know, doing the steps and that. It's not a bad plan for an older game to keep, you know, people coming back. There's a ton of them here, there's at least 4. Oh, there's 5. Well, the more the merrier. There, I think we've achieved something, have we? Mission, yeah, okay, we've got enough on this. I don't know, let me see. How much we need on the other stuff. We might be able to finish it here. Yeah. Okay, let's see what they want. Yeah, okay. Now, here, so what one are we on? Yeah, collect the complete fossil. And that's the next one. Where's that thing on phase 5? Collect X amount of bones. Where is that? Okay, it's probably on phase 4. There it is, 66. Yeah, we could get this here, guys. We're only 14 short and get it over with. Or else having problems finding another planet like this again. Let's see. Let's go for it. Let's see what we can get. I'll get something else off that checklist. There's one there and it's 500 and something. There's one there. Actually, we missed one. We can't have that. Oh, we don't need to get resources here. It's a waste. It's just what we need. Bare bones. Pun intended. Now we go get that guy. We do a little bit of our scanning as well while we're here. And while there's no storms. Rex, no. Now is not the time, doggo.
Incoming storm.
I spoke too soon, didn't I?
Units received.
But I hate these planets. There it is. This is a good bit away. Okay, we make a run for it.
Toxic protection. Falling.
A bit of luck, we'll get enough fossils to complete the last one. And a second we'll head for the station. We'll go back to that base I made and we'll make that that next display. Oh, there's a silly thing I did. When we were taking the spaces, we could have gone for some of the technology spots. I forgot that. Yeah, we'll see. Too much of a problem. I forgot you can switch them around a bit.
Toxic protection. Falling.
Alright, let's head for the water for a moment. Oh, for goodness sake. There we go. Now,
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Units received.
let's see what we can do before we go from here.
Units received. Units received.
9, there's just one left, guys.
Units received.
Oh, there he is, there he is, there he is.
Units received.
Come on now. Ta-da! We got them. 10 of 10. Where is that? Discoveries. Here. Oh, nice. Done. Now, let's go for, where is it? We're looking for more of these bones. Sugar. Yeah, there it is down there. It's a good bit of way we'll use our ship. I better fill that launch thingy as well. This hasn't got an auto charger. I'll be stuck and we'll have to run back to it.
Technology recharge.
Now we could get another step done from here even before we leave. And it might even be enough to finish the last step. And we might not be as lucky to find one of these areas again. Oh, nice. 3 of them. Or is it 4? 4. That's what I like to see. Let's see. That's 7 and that one is 9. And that one is 9. There's tons here, alright. Oh. Here's one that's pretty close. I brought over a ton of uranium and stuff with me. It was just as well. It saved us a lot, you know, just the fuel. Yeah, it was just the stuff I had on the old ship. Oh, there's more. There's 3 here. That's cool. Or 4. 4. There might be even more. 4. Oh, what's that? Oh, this is cool. 5. 6. Oh my god. I think that's a record. 6. So we must be pretty close now. Where's the one for 80 bones? Oh, okay. It should be coming up shortly. So one more hit and then we're done with that. So where's the closest guy? Come on now, there was tons of them here a moment ago. There. That's our next hit, guys, and then we're done. We've got another step out. We're best to get it done here while, you know, we're close enough to these bones. That might even be enough. I think I've got some back in storage anyway. So there might be enough to do that with the stuff we have in storage as well, but definitely with this I'd say we just need 2. And that's all we got, just 2. That's enough. Cool with that. Yay! Nice. Okay, let's see what we get for this. Hopefully more storage options. I'll put these ones in tech cache. Should have doing it before actually. How do we do this again? There it is. Oh, we get a Titanic trophy. Whatever that is. I think we collect that at the end, isn't it? Oh no, there it is. Oh, we're keeping that one. There it is. Exclusive buildable base ornament. Oh, is it a blueprint? Oh, we'll be keeping that guy. That's kind of interesting, alright.
Falling.
Now let's get rid of this junk while we're here.
Technology recharge.
Right, we'll get to the space station and we'll go back to the base. So let's see, how many more objectives is in this? Well, we'll go back to him and then we got to reassemble that. And then there's this cooking thing. So obviously the reward for this would be, yeah, we gotta get, I don't know. What's this? Yeah, learn the nutrient process. I don't know that we have to get the tech for that, or we'll... Yeah, I'm not sure about those two. I don't think they're going to hold their hand on that, are they?
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
So, we got to get back to the field agent, is it? Let me see. And then reassemble reptile. I might do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll get back to him. Yeah, I should be able to do this from the space station. Where is it? Oh, for goodness sake. No, at least we got it done. Yeah, we know that. We'll do that in a second. Nah, you're okay.
Product received.
Okay, no, we're done with you.
Technology recharge.
Now, let me see. Need to get rid of that gag statue. There, we're good to go. Now let's see. I should be able to get back by here, I'd say. Yeah, there it is, there. That's the one, alright. Yeah, look at all these other guys. Unbelievable, isn't it? Oh, this is handy. We actually have it. We have, oh, we don't. We have a teleporter back at the other spot. We just need to get back to the station again, then that will be easy enough. Yeah, I shouldn't take too long. No, it's back at the second dig, isn't it? We've got the base. We'll have to get rid of that base as well when how far are we in the galaxy anyway? I might need this for something. Oh no, that's ridiculous. We're right back at the start. No, I wouldn't want to get back here. Yeah, I'll get rid of it when we're going. Okay, where is this guy? There he is. So ironically enough, this skeleton is for some kind of reptilian. Athens. Nice, somebody named their settlement Athens. Definitely an eye catcher. It? Okay. Let's get a little reward for that one. There it is. Collect reward. Reward ancient skeleton glowing mineral. Oh my god. Okay. What's this ancient skeleton? Ooh. We'll be selling that. We don't need that junk.
Radiation protection.
No, hang on. It's an intact one. I think I've got something similar at home. We'll keep it anyway. Not much of a reward. Right. What's next on this? Yeah, we've got some other... What's the story with, Oh, we get 150 quicksilver for this one. And we get a nutrient processor plants. This is what we need to finish this. How do we, Yeah. So for this we'd need... well, I gotta kill something. Where's the giant egg? That could be... Well, they'll probably give me a system to go to for that, won't they? Yeah. I do remember killing some animals and getting that meat thing. Right, we need to get back to do that skeleton. So what was it again? A reptilian, was it? Yeah, reassemble reptile. Reassemble a reptilian skeleton. Okay. I'm trying to get it something like that. Yeah, it's got the croc head and it's got that pretty long with... Oh, okay. Okay. Right. Okay, where's that station? There it is there, it's behind the other one. Okay, come on now.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Oh, discovered by Hello Games. Oh my. That's a good one. I don't know what I'm most concerned about is this food thing. Where do we get the ingredients and who exactly do we give it to? There it is, bone base. Should be able to do it here. And we've got a ton of storage. When we doing the last skeleton, we'll try this bone base. We should have enough in this instead of going on a hunt again. Although maybe, in case we got to get the intact one, we might have to play it out that way. Wouldn't take too long anyway. No, there's 3 of them there, so we just build this other guy. Yeah, there it is there, reptilian. What do we need for this? Pure ferrite, 25. Let me see. Pure ferrite, pure. That's magnetized. There we go, pure ferrite. We'll have to make some room here, guys. I think we might have to buy another one of these. Probably. I'd say so. Oh, it's a biggie, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of a biggie. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I think I've got a reptilian skull here somewhere. No, I'm not using that rubbish. Is that reptilian? Sawtooth skull. Let me see. Let me see. I know we can use those, but I think I've got a reptilian skull here somewhere. It looks like the sawtooth guys, doesn't it? Well, that's the kind of back one we need anyway. Can we check that one as well? Mega new. Okay. Yeah, no, there's a reptilian here. I think we might be back on the old save. That's horrible. But the sawtooth looks okay, doesn't it? Yeah, let me see. Oh, that's a waste of time. Waste of time. What's that predator skull? Warlord. No, it looks like we're going with that other one. Yeah, just get these legs as well. Right, okay. Let's see what we can do. Let's do a save here in case we mess up, but I think we can kind of move it. Okay, the skull. We've got avian, mammoth. Ooh. That's the only one. Yeah, that looks reptilian enough. Now the torso. Okay. Well, it's not going to be much of a croc with that, isn't it? Mighty ribcage. No. But why am I forced to put wings on this? Maybe we could go without the wings. The forelegs. Stalking bones. The hind legs. Stalking bones. I wonder, can we know? We'll still have to put wings on this thing. This is ridiculous. Wings. Surely we can't go with one of these. Okay. Nah, this guy can't have 6 legs, can he? Oh my god. We'll see how that goes. Oh, hi Jonathan. How are you? Okay. Let's have a look at it anyway, we'll see what it's like. You can't really see it on this. Let's see what it looks like. So, what have you been up to, Jonathan? It should be here somewhere. Ah, for goodness sake. And let's have a look. No, that's the same thing again. Let me see. Okay, it's not in there. I picked up the other guys before. Okay, that's horrible. Oh, there it is. There it is, there. Yeah, it's a pity. Can you actually build that? It doesn't matter anyway. We'll store it, guys. Now. Been good. Oh, that's good to hear. Not too bad, not too bad. It's just kind of hard to breathe here. The humidity. I'd imagine it's just a bit over 90 now. I always find it uncomfortable, you know, once it hits that. I'm okay in the mid-80s in the humidity, you know. But yeah, it's very clammy, nasty. Okay, we're gonna need to go to the anomaly and buy another one of these guys. Yeah. Okay, let's head to the anomaly. We go to the one here in the current system. Where is it? Oh, they're gonna hit me with this, aren't they? where is the current system? Oh, it doesn't really matter, does it? But okay, we must have stopped at a lot of spots there. There's current system. Got it. So, what have you been up to, Jordan? Anything interesting? Yeah, we just gotta buy something for some more storage. I didn't want to do too much on this save because it's just an expedition. We should have enough to buy it, I think. To be honest, I thought I'd manage with one, but apparently that's not good enough. I think they might have a ridiculous amount of bones on this. Okay, let's see about that tech. Oh yeah, the nutrient. Sugar. Something about a nutrient thing. You seen that one? Here. Okay, we must have getting it already. Guys, I don't see it here. Oh my god, and we've done a save. Oh, well, I'll buy it again and chance it if I, That's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, let me... Oh, hang on. We're supposed to claim that thing, isn't it? Let me claim that for a moment. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, there it is. And 150 quicksilver, which is no good because we can't really carry it over, can we? There it is. Okay. We need a seal. Forgot we have to collect that. Now, we need a seal. There it is there. Okay, we'll get that done in a moment with condensed carbon. Let's get this extra storage out of the way. Now it should be down in the building section. Down here. Construction, that's here, isn't it? I think so. Come on. Yeah, we could unlock that if we want to, but what's the point? Okay. Okay, I know you're here somewhere. For goodness sake. There it is. That's it. That's all we need. Now let's get back and we'll build that. We can actually, should be able to fast travel or to teleport from here. Save us a ton of time. So, how's your week been going, Jarton? Now, we need to get to the current system. Where is it? Current system. There. Oh, hang on. No, that's stupid. We go straight back to the base. Where's that base? There it is. There. Now let's see.
should be more than enough power to run this anyway, so we should be good. Now, yeah, where are we going to put this? Sugar, if I could move that. So what is it? It's quadruped fossil. Okay. There. Now. Building, 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 building. There you go. Oh yeah, what do we need for this? We need some magnetized ferrite. I'll get you for a moment. Oh, I want to be getting rid of this in a moment anyway. Keeping it in storage. So far so good. And we'll keep all of this little junk as well. This little stuff I want to actually bring back with me. Yeah, that one. Okay. That's not too bad. Right, let's make up this other guy. It doesn't have to be pretty, we'll just push it anyway. Oh, where is that? There. Okay, that's all over the place. That's stupid, isn't it? Let's see how I do this again. There. Now. There. That's it. Oh, hi, Green Wiggle. And how have you been? Permanent public. Yeah, I got it. I got it. But I already got the plans anyway for free. Just getting rid of this junk here. Let me see, where am I going to put this? Somewhere here, I suppose. Yeah, this one here. What do we need for this? Oh yeah, we need the seal, don't we? We need the seal. There. Now let's put this one in. Or just leave it there. There it is. Make a broth. Softened marrow. I think I've got that. Now let's get a save here before we mess up. Now, where's the... I think I picked that up somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, there it is, there. Softened marrow. I knew that would come in handy. Yeah, it's pretty good. Nice little checklist and stuff like that to do. You know. But almost done once I do this. There's not much to do on the last leg. But yeah, pretty decent. It's nice because it kind of, you know, brings the players back and keeps it going. But I would love if they did, let's say every month, to run it for about a week, which would be nice. You know, the old expeditions, you know, at least one every month would be nice. You know, because I am, what, 17 behind, and I did get a ton of new players from console. That should be a kind of regular thing, you know. I suppose easier said than done.
I wouldn't mind trying to do the other expeditions. Okay, now let's see where we are on this. That's the one we're on. We've got that. Yeah. So, hearty stock, whip up a delicious bone broth. That's the next one. And then we've got to give it to someone. So, let's see what they want me to do again. Make a broth. Okay. I think it's with this, obviously, isn't it? Oh, you can do it from the fossils as well, but we've got some out from the fossils, don't we? Maybe they want me to use... Oh, here it is. Oh. Okay. Okay. Recipe catalog. Let me see. No recipes. Cool. So it wants me to do it from the other stuff. Split the marrow. Yeah, I just did. So do we have to put in a whole tray? Let me see. Frozen. Yeah, I've got it in the nutrient stacks. Combined stacks of marrow in a separate process. Okay, we'll try it again. Yeah, I'll figure this out. Not sure exactly what they want me to do, but... Yeah, I think with this we'd need 3, wouldn't we? We just do it 3 times. Should work. No. Oh, we'll put the bones in then. Use 2 slots, okay. Yeah, there. Oh, there it is. Got it. Got it. Yeah, 2. Okay, let's put that in our suit. Let's see if that's good enough. Nice. Yeah, it was just 2. Yeah, I was expecting it to show it was ready, but no. Okay, let's get the rewards, and then we'll see about this. We got to deliver it to someone, apparently. So what's the reward? A biological sample. Now let's sort my inventory so I can see where this biological sample is exactly going. So that's what we've got there, and then that's a 4 from the bottom. Okay. Yeah, just the 2, yeah. I didn't bother with this, you know, because the last thing you need is, you know, more energy. Oh, it's one of that. Yeah, that's just junk. Be selling that. Okay. Now, feed a bone to... Yeah, who is this guy anyway? That already went into... it doesn't matter on this save anyway, does it? There it is. View details. Present a dish to him as a resident. Oh, he's on the anomaly. He's on the anomaly. Yeah. It's the guy with the cooking stuff, isn't it? Yeah. He may prefer the bone to be cooked rather than presented in raw state. Da-da. Cook items in a nutrient processor or this very own grill system. I was wondering what that was for. Okay. Alright, straight to the anomaly. So let's work out what we need to do here before we go, guys. You know, what we need to sell and what we need to keep. Okay, we can get rid of this junk here. Okay. That's an important little guy. A companion egg. Yeah. The rest is not too bad. Get rid of those bones. Here. I don't know how we're going to fit all of these back. I wonder if we can make several trips back here taking these. Doubtful. I've seen something on this wiggle where you can replicate your ship on the way back. So if I could replicate my ship, I might be able to bring back all of the junk. You know, the stuff here. Okay. The rest is just sellable. That rubbish there. Right, let's give this guy his soup. Now, where is the current system? Yeah, it's bringing me back right down here. There it is. Now, what did I say? We're gonna sell something? Those two.
Units received.
Right, we're good to go. Now let's call up the anomaly from here, and then we'll move on to the last leg of this expedition. I think the anomaly is already here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's not exactly marking him, is it? But I know where he is. He's near that egg thingy. Let me see. Yeah, this way. Yeah, I never had much use for those nutrient processors. He's actually downstairs, isn't he? Yeah, this guy here, isn't it? Let's see if his name matches. That's him. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. Ooh. And that's the thing we could have cooked on. No, the eggs. Yeah, we'll do that later. Wait till we get home. Now let's see. No, I'm not using my main save, yeah. Yeah. I'm switching between saves. Percent bone broth. This is fine work. Bone broth. but refined, taken to another level. Bravo! That it? Huh. What do we do? Donate it? It's just tank. No inventory. Yeah. Yeah, but you could use it on this save, and I didn't really want to do that. Find a bone to feed. Oh, you're kidding me. Now they want me to do something else. No. Okay. What, do we just present it to him? Donate it, is it? Or maybe we cook it here. Yeah, maybe we cook it here. No, there's nothing here. Oh, give him a dug-up bone. Oh, I see. I should have picked that then, didn't I? That's silly. No, they said they didn't say anything about the bone. Just this thing here. Ah. Okay. Let's go back and grab a bone. That is silly. Yeah, I just thought it was this one. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, I would have to mention that. It would have been much easier. I was right there. I could have grabbed one. Vague, isn't it? That's why I don't like that in these survival games. I've done the Stellar Multitudes, yeah. Oh, it will lock that quest, will it? Oh no, I've done the Stellar Multitudes. Oh, that's weird, isn't it? Yeah, I passed that a good while ago, actually. Oh, that's good. No, I can't get out. There, now we're okay. Right, we need to grab a bone for this guy then. Something I've got a ton of. Well, I've got 4 of these. We'll bring him 1 of these. So I just need 1, yeah? Fossilized wing. Yeah. Bring him 1 of those. Give him a drumstick. Yeah, I'll bring some more just in case. Plated tail. And, okay. Dangling forearms. There. Surely 1 of those will do. Now the problem is we can't get right to the anomaly from here, but we can use the base. For some reason you can't get there like that. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Redundant. Ah, I see, because, yeah. It's just as well then I got it out beforehand, wasn't it? I would have missed out on doing that. I was right then to not go into the last expedition.
I would have missed out. I was pretty late, but I could have easily finished it. But, you know, it wasn't long enough in the game to do it. But the reason I went to these is I'm pretty much done with the content. Now, all that's left to do now is mess about with the factions, maxing them out. That's about it. Kind of wait around and see if they'll, ever do some of the old ones. Yeah, I got the purple drive on this one, I think. No, I think it's on the ship. Yeah, there it is. Right. Now. Oh, there it is now. Feed a bone. A bone cooked rather than raw. Okay, so we cook it at a heat spot, isn't it? I get it now. Yeah, he's got some kind of grill thing here. Where is that? I wasn't paying attention before I took those bones out. Yeah. The other thing was just to make that. Yeah, apparently. Not. I thought we'd get that to him, but apparently not. Okay. So we cooked that bone. I'd imagine it's this thing here. We'll give him the drumsticks. Actually, no, we'll give him the forearms, we'll give him a wing. Oh, he wanted the softened stuff. He wanted the softened marrow. Okay. That's what he wanted, the softened marrow. Yeah. Oh, hang on. It's not even that. Do we just donate it? Here. Yeah, because you don't get an option on that. Yeah, we'll just check it anyway. We've got a save down there. Okay, we donated it. Oh no, that's it. We got it. Yeah, okay. Doesn't matter there, damn it doesn't. I can get some more. Okay, we're done. Here, let me just actually try that again. Where's that one? We're pretty much finished here. Where's the options? So, let's try that one more time. Yeah, just give it to him, apparently. That gave me too much information about saying he preferred them cooked. Now, let's do this again. It should be easy. Very vague, aren't I? I'm giving you information you don't need. Now we will give him the plated bone.
That's it. We're done. Okay. Oh, and we get a living stone hard pack, whatever that is. I didn't collect the rewards when I was back the other side yet. I'll wait till it's over. Collect them all together. They'll probably show up in my menu then. Now let's see what we have here. Oh yeah, we gotta collect it from here. We'll collect this reward anyway. Oh, that's the reward. Ah, I see. Not what we've got to collect. This giant egg, I wonder what that is. Oh, good morning, Lars. And how are you? Is that something we can hatch? Yeah, we'll be selling that. And oh, no. Yeah, that's something we could have getting from some animal anyway. I think, would you believe I think I've got that back at, on the other side. Okay. Let's just put these here for one moment. That's that one. Now, expedition rewards. So that's number 4 finished, and then number 5 I've already done 3. You know, so it should go quickly enough. Now, what's the reward for this? A living stone hard pack, whatever that is. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. The temperature's actually dropped in the last 20 minutes a lot. The humidity. It's probably back now to the mid 80s or early 80s. I can function well enough. Yeah, I played. I wander aimlessly with no idea of what I'm doing. Oh, hi, hi JD. Yeah, I'm finding this game very, very immersive, very interesting. But I've always liked exploration and building in games. And, yeah, this is pretty good. But yeah, me too. I get very, very distracted. It's just I wanted to get back to my main save on this. Because everything I'm doing here, let's say, when it comes to exploration is on another save, so, you know, in my main save I've done a lot of exploration. You know, fixing up the freighter, getting all the stuff. Yeah. It's always been my favorite thing, exploration. But I would usually play, you know, stuff like Fallout 4, mostly BGS stuff. You know, Witcher, that kind of thing. If I can, I kind of lean towards kind of medieval games. It is, yeah. Yeah, I think with all of these games, and Valheim was the same. I did 9 months in Valheim. Great game as well, especially for building. I think it's a kind of a better all-round kind of game for building, but this has much more with the ships and all of the other stuff, you know. Absolutely. But I got, and I want to play it soon as well. I got Medieval Dynasty. That looks, you know, pretty decent. I'm on console, so, you know, for these kind of games, there's not a massive choice, you know. And I did play Subnautica. Have you tried that one? Now that is a beautiful game, albeit, you know, pretty short. But I was impressed with that. I think Subnautica would have been the start, and we did that. I don't know how long is it now, guys? About 10 months ago or something, I think. Or was it? No. It was less. About 4 or 5 months ago, I think. That would have been the... Well, no, actually, Valheim would have been the start of my kind of survival kind of building games. But yeah, my first playthrough. So, what do we get for that one, guys? Something about a hard pack. Okay, so we're done with this. And we've done with phase 4, so this is the thing that's left here. So we've got to report to the dig and basically just do all of that stuff again. And then all we got to do is just sell some bones. And then we're done. So just 2 steps here, this is pretty easy, the usual. Report to that guy, go collect some bones, make that fixed forerunner, and yeah, sell the bones. No, no. I'm pretty strange when it comes to the likes of Fallout 4 and the Elder Scrolls. I started off with Oblivion, so I have you know, how could I put this? A certain kind of bias where I really like that game, being the start, and the likes of New Vegas and that. And I've always thought they worked best as a kind of single player kind of thing. Um, the way it is with the multiplayer stuff, well, it can be very kind of microtransaction and very predatory. And then joining up with other teams, people can be kind of nasty sometimes. I remember that on my time, I briefly did multiplayer on Black Flag, and it was a horrible experience, you know. Not to mention on these games, they'll endlessly put out DLCs, just throwing you back in. But no, I was desperate at one stage, and I did consider it. I was very, very disappointed after Skyrim. They should have doubled down on stuff like that. But money talks, doesn't it? No. No, unfortunately not. I remember Lars when it came out, I wanted to play that mad. Enshrouded, yeah. But when I get the opportunity, when I manage to make some room, well, this summer I want to do some spring cleaning. We've got a spare room, but, the wife has about 500 pairs of shoes in there and stuff like that. So if I can get it organised for my little den, yeah, I'll get myself a PC. Oh no, multiplayer is fine if you're into multiplayer, you know. The fact that you can play with your friends and that. My problem has always been with multiplayer. It's very predatory, and I'm old, so I'm used to the kind of single player experience. But when it comes to the Elder Scrolls and Fallout 4, I think these are the games that kind of work well with this kind of single player thing. You know? No, it's actually quite common. It's just well, I suppose I don't mind it. The next time I go back to Valheim, if I can figure it out, I might do that kind of multiplayer thing, and maybe do some kind of community server or something on that. There's another thing on console as well. Let's say that's I don't think is on Steam. To do multiplayer on these games, it's hidden behind a paywall. I think it's hidden behind some kind of Game Pass or some kind of thing where you've got to play, you got to pay to play kind of stuff, And seeing as I could be on a game for 6 months, I know Game Pass and that might be pretty handy for people if they keep switching games and stuff like that, and it's a good system. But I'm the kind of person that would stick on a game for a long time, so if I was on Game Pass, I'd be lucky to play 2 games a year on it, So what I tend to do is I like a game, and if I'm not ready to play it, I'll put it on a wish list, and when it drops in price, I'll buy it and keep it in my catalogue. There can be. And another thing why I hate these kind of transaction games is, if you're making a game and it's not that, you'll put what you need into it. But I think in those games, there's an incentive to hold back basic items, in a game that, should have been included or would have been included in the game. So it's like you're buying the game, you're probably paying for season passes, and you're paying for passes to play multiplayer, and they're purposely holding back stuff to charge you for that as well. It's very, very, very predatory, very, very shady, But I will admit, it wouldn't be my kind of favourite thing to do. I did it once on Black Flag. I was playing that for a long time, and I remember I was in there playing, and they kind of
force you into teams, which is okay. You just kind of you kind of get in a random team, and obviously I didn't play it before, so I might not have been that good. I got better later, but that's a different story. And some guy texted me on Xbox. He was apparently in the team, and he was really livid that we actually lost the match. And he was raving something about his score, and he dropped down 20 places, and basically he threatened to kill me. But I knew it was just some idiot just ranting off, and I told him not to be such a man-child. It was only a game. But he was relentless, so I did explain to him how old his tag was, and I could easily get him banned for life. So he kind of cooled down then. So I just laughed it off. But I was thinking to myself, JD, if I was 12 or 13 or 14-year-old kid, coming in and playing that game, and then some stranger, texted me saying that he wanted to end me, that would have been pretty scary, There's that. Then I remember I was playing in a team, and there was this guy who was pretty nice. We're all playing in a team. So they asked me my age. Yeah. Very, very toxic. They asked me my age, and unfortunately I answered them. I'm in my late 50s. So then they trolled me. So I said, okay, I'll keep my age private anymore. I think that's very narrow-minded, Jade, or JD. I don't think it should matter what your age is, I think gaming is, it's a great pastime, and, I think more old players, the better, And thanks for following, JD. I appreciate it. Especially now, let's say, because games have been out a while, and, in the next decade or even two, there'll be a lot of older players, on Twitch and other platforms. But they told me anyway, so I learned my lesson. So about a month after I was playing it, just getting my achievements out, and there's this other guy who was nice enough as well. So he said to me, I'm 18, which I doubt he was, because of his vocabulary and the way we chatted. But he seemed to be pretty nice. He said, I'm 18, he said, I suppose you're the same age. So I said, I suppose, because I wasn't going to tell him my age because of being trolled before. So he assumed I didn't correct him. He assumed I was that age. And then after a while he started making inappropriate comments about how he was taking showers and stuff, and I would choke it off, But then he started coming on strong, and I said, hang on. I said, I'm not gay. I said, don't get me wrong. I said, I really tried. I said, I have nothing against the gay community. How they want to live, or who they want to love is none of my business. And I'm good with it. But I said, I'm not gay. I said, I'm straight and I'm married. Oh my God, he absolutely blew up. He got very, very angry, and he unfollowed me. So when I had a little bit more time to think about it, the way he approached this and how he texted wasn't your typical kind of 17, 18-year-old. I think this guy would have been probably more like my age or a bit younger, and he was catfishing. And I think he was a predator, to be honest. So, the Ubisoft servers at that time, it was definitely, not a place to be. They didn't really enforce anything on it, so a dangerous place for kids, to be honest. But yeah, that kind of really soured me then from multiplayer. So that was my experience, and that was just on one game. Death threats and predators. Yeah. And trolling. Yeah. Absolutely. But obviously I could handle it. But as I said, for a kid, if you're 14 or 15 or whatever the case may be. absolutely, it can be really dodgy for lady streamers as well. Absolutely. Hmm. Or, sorry, female gamers, yeah. It should absolutely. I think the platforms, you know, well, I don't believe in censorship, obviously, but harassment, that goes beyond censorship. If you're playing your game and or you're streaming or whatever the case may be, you should be left in peace. Obviously, people will troll you from time to time, and that's easy enough. You can ban them, and that's okay. And if you have to report them, and Twitch should do something about it. But we had some really horrible guys on here from time to time. It would be anything from terrorism to racist comments to some really horrible stuff. And these guys I reported, and their channels are still up, breaking every term that Twitch has. There was one guy in particular, and we were streaming. We were just having fun and just hanging out. The story. And somebody's first text on the channel was exclamation mark. What was it again? OF. Now I know what OF is. So I ignored it anyway, and we just kept playing. And then he put in exclamation OnlyFans. So I still laughed it off. I said, there's none of that here. I said, we're just a bunch of geriatrics hanging out. But he didn't comment. And then he started typing in some really kind of obscene things. So I called him an idiot, and I banned him immediately. Maybe I let him go too far, but I banned him. So after I banned him, you're allowed one message into the moderators, and he said I was a hypocrite for banning him. And he wanted another shot in the arena. So I usually wouldn't do it, but I reported him. But I checked out his channel, and this was the amazing, strange, ironic thing about it, was his account was about 2 years old. Now usually they're new accounts, and he was working his way to becoming an affiliate, And he did say on his bio that, obviously he wants people to watch, but he doesn't want any drama, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit. He doesn't want any drama or trolling or, people doing some bad things on his channel, but he would like people to watch. But yet he could come to my channel and do that, and then I was a hypocrite. So yeah, I don't know. That was just a sample of some of the people we would meet, Oh, there was another guy. Yeah, there was another guy that texted me up, and he said something, on the channel. He said something nasty. So I called him an idiot and banned him. That's about as far as I would go. But just before I banned him, he said that I was a worm and my country would be taken over by idiots in less than 100 years. So a bit of a Nostradamus he was. But I checked out his channel and I was quite flattered. On his channel, on his biography, he had the same thing. He said Croc is a worm and his country will be taken over by Indians in less than 100 years. So this must have been an old troll I banned. But not only that, but he contacted some of the streamers that I usually raid. We're kind of friends for years. And told them that that he was just chatting on my channel, he was behaving himself, and I was very racist towards him. Of course, they didn't believe him, and they just banned him as well. But that's just some of the stuff you'll come across. But it comes with the territory. Really? Oh, that is just absolutely silly. Yeah, some people are pretty strange, But they just want something to do and they just want attention, I suppose. But, when you're streaming you can expect that, so if you can't handle that, there's no... And I suppose it's the same when you're gaming online, Yeah, some pretty strange people. We had another guy on the channel, and he seemed to be nice enough. He said he was in Alaska or Canada, some high alpine region or something, and he was a male nurse, and he seemed to be okay. But then he started texting in strange things like, "I'm safe here, nobody can find me," and we thought he was joking for a while. And then he started getting nasty to the mods, and he kept saying, "Please ban me." The irony was, Gazoo, I think at the time I was an affiliate, and then I decided not to go ahead with that. I just gave it up. But I think he donated something like $50 or something beforehand. He was definitely unstable. Just some strange things. But this was a long time ago. I think this would have... Yeah, it was on Twitch, actually. Yeah, it wasn't on Mixer. But there you go. You know, I told him not to donate. It was okay, but... It wasn't for me anyway, the affiliate thing. I didn't feel comfortable. Now, okay. What do we do now? Yeah, this one here. Report to the final dig. Now what we'll do from here is we will go back and we'll drop those bones off. But I think they're okay, aren't they? Yeah, we'll just leave from here. We've got plenty of room. So, we're nearly done, guys. I don't think there's much left on this. Where's my ship? Here it is. But if we finish this a bit early, we're about halfway through our stream. We'll go back and we'll do some of the quests from the factions that I wanted to get out of the way and some cleanup. But to be honest, it's looking like... when is my next streaming? For Friday and Saturday? Looks like we'll be starting a new one, I'd say, for Friday and Saturday. We'll come back to this every now and again for expeditions and, you know, maybe for one stream for building or something like that. But knowing me, I'll probably be in here, you know, during the day when I'm not streaming and I have time doing stuff. No, we need the expedition thingy. Where is it? There it is, path to expedition. Hang on, it's here. Yeah. Okay, apparently it's here. Oh, hang on, we'd have to go right back to the last one, wouldn't we? Yeah, okay. We'd have to go back, we're too far. Yeah. Let me see. I forgot this is the old system. Let's get in here. We gotta go back to our last stop. It should be here on this. One streamer, Zoom, made a Discord post calling me out saying AI music was destroying the environment because it took all. That's so stupid. Everything takes electricity. What's he talking about? Oh, he's wrong there. All music is beautiful and great, you know. But did you see the stupidity and the hypocrisy in that, Gazoo? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. For giving to the community. That's horrible. Now, like, you're just making AI music and giving it out to everyone for free, which is admirable. He's streaming. Imagine what energy he's using doing his streaming. You know, so obviously, you know, he's running his PC, which is a monster, on electricity and God knows how many other things, and yeah, so he's using. He has a lot more of a footprint than you have. There's no kind of self-analysis or anything. Why did they say these stupid things without just doing a little bit of analysis and you know, yeah, like he's streaming and probably using a PC, and they're monsters on energy. Now, if he was living in the woods, you know, in a cave with absolutely no tech whatsoever, yeah, maybe he could say something, you know. But that's just silly. That is just silly. He never said to me, hey, don't post your music links in my Discord. I could respect that. Oh, I see. And he probably had it for posting. Do you know what his problem was, Gazoo? Yeah, he was probably one of those people, and I've seen them where they don't like any kind of stuff like that. It's the same when they kind of strategically raid. They make it a business not to raid someone that would be doing something similar, you know, or something like that. I've seen that a lot. Yeah. Must have felt threatened in some way, I suppose. Which doesn't make sense because you're not a streamer, but he was probably thinking that, you know, people would leave his Discord over to yours. And I've seen some streamers, although it was a long time ago, you know, that would be kind of fearful that, you know, people watching them, if they rated someone doing something similar, would instead hang out there, and that wouldn't bother me in the least, you know, because it's a free world, and, you know, people will find other people to watch, you know, that's just the way it is. Just out of the blue. He's probably having a bad day. But he sounds like he's not really thinking straight, you know. I don't think he should have any problem. Tell me, was there similar links out there? Let's say, you know, like I have, you know, people streaming or whatever the case may be. He probably didn't have that, did he? Yeah. Oh, hi Randy, and how have you been? What have you been up to? Okay, let's see. We should be able to pick it up from here, guys. I know we did travel back a lot, didn't we? It should be here on this. There it is. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Yep. That will save us a bit of hassle. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, I wouldn't bother replying. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I think I know the guy you're talking about. Blonde raids him a lot. I think I understand now. Yeah. 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 That's funny, he didn't seem to type. I can't see why he was offended that you would post links for AI music. That's funny. Working and more work. Nice. Oh, the physio, yeah. It was not... Yeah, that will last for ages, Randy. Yeah, you might have strained it a bit more. You'd want to be careful. Ah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think I know the guy you're talking about now. I raided him a few times. Blonde recommended him. Zoom. Was that the guy... I don't know, maybe it's not him. Remember we raided him one night and I had a troll. Remember a guy I banned? And he followed us over on the raid. And he started getting iffy. and I told him to go away. And then he said to the troll, he said, "Oh, well, there'll be none of that in my channel, no drama." Instead of automatically banning him, like if he raided me and brought a troll that was nasty, to him, I would ban him out of hand. Is that the same guy, or was it somebody else? Hey, had no problem with that. Yeah. Sure. Post it on... Well, that would be a bit much, wasn't it? Yeah, we're probably better not posting it, yeah. But you could send it to me privately in a DM on Discord, Gazoo, and I'll have a look. Yeah, but posting it there would kind of make it look like we're kind of calling him out, you know? Absolutely, yeah. I can't remember the streamer that time. Yeah, we had a guy and he was here for a while, and I don't know, he was a bit off, that kind of person. But eventually he did kind of explode, so we banned him, and we did a raid with this other guy, and he followed us over on the raid, and then he started mouthing off again, and I told him in a very, very diplomatic way to just go away, And this guy, I forget who it was. I'm not sure if it was the guy that Gazoo was talking about, or some other guy. But he said, I don't want any of this drama on my channel, and don't try it here, kind of thing. Like, you'd want to be desperate for a follow if you'd want that guy to follow you. Now, if the roles were reversed, Randy, and somebody raided me and they brought a troll, the second I'd see that kind of behaviour, especially if it was somebody who raided me and seemed to be a nice person, that's the last person I'd want with me. I wouldn't tell him to behave himself. I would ban him straight away, Yeah. But it might not have been him, it might have been someone else. Yeah, wouldn't you do that? Out of hand, yeah. But we used to have a guy here, and he watched for years, Randy, but he had a massive amount of red flags. He was very conspiracy theory, but for the best part he used to keep it to himself. He craved pity all the time, but we kind of tolerated it, if he had one problem and then he had another problem, and then we can all be ill from time to time, but this guy kind of craved that attention. But for the best part he used to stay kind of quiet. But then after about 2 years he must have been going through something. I would be chatting with some new viewer, and he would insert himself into the conversation, being pretty offended for no reason, and to be honest, I gave him too much latitude, because he was around for a while and I did kind of consider him a friend, Absolutely, yeah. But I remember him saying one time that if anyone had something to say to me, let's say bad, that needed help, And strange enough, eventually this guy texted me and said he hopes that myself and my family die horribly. So, that was pretty strange. But eventually he got attached to another viewer, and she was too nice to him, and then he started to harass her. She was telling him she broke up with the boyfriend, and obviously, they lived in different countries, but it didn't seem to matter to this guy. But then when she eventually told him that she got back with a boyfriend, he was very toxic. Yeah, he called her a lot of names. And I gave her permission to ban him, because I don't believe in that, Everyone should be safe on the internet, and apparently he was following her around to other platforms as well. So he had a certain status on this channel, and I removed it at first, giving her a chance to ban him if he persisted. So he texted me about it, and I said, look, I really don't know what's going on, but I did. And I said, if you do bad things, that's how it goes. And that's when he exploded. Stuff like, he wishes my son would die and things like that. But he was absolutely a mental case, deserved a kind of bit of pity. But to be honest, at that time I didn't have any pity for him. But yeah. But he was, oh my, he was classic, what you see happening now, classic. He was delusional, he was into everything from flat earth and, all of that stuff, no moon landing, celebrities drinking kids' blood, that kind of stuff. He was absolutely out there, really needed some help. Apparently, yes. I don't know. But, what could you do in a situation like that? For a while, I thought, after being here for so long, it might rub off a little bit. I'm not saying here is it's great, but, we try not to do that kind of thing, As I said, what can you do? Now, let me get something to drink, and then we'll move on with this quest. But all anyone needs is just a place where we can just hang out and chat, and where we don't have to deal with any kind of social issues, or not deal. You don't have to hit them over and over and over again. We touch on things here in odd time, obviously. Absolutely. This has always been pretty common, But when it comes to, it was different before social media and the internet and all of that stuff. Well, basically, you could only really interact with people you knew, at home or in your local county or whatever, friends like that, maybe friends from school. And, obviously, there's certain things you couldn't say to their face, And, I don't know, it was all kind of held in. But now, with the internet, we can reach basically anyone online all around the world. You get these people that, were absolutely ostracized because of, being so unstable in their own communities. But now they've got this massive playground. So it's not helping them in the least. There's no kind of, how would I put this? There's no incentive to be sociable. Zero incentive. Oh yeah, you live long enough, Kazoo, isn't it? You'll see it all. And you'll learn as well that there's no future in that, in hate and silliness. Life is too short. And when it's over, you're gone, and, not long after that, it's as if you never existed, so... make use of your time. Don't be wasting it on hate. Right, let's go to this dig. Absolutely, but it takes up all of your time, literally. But the biggest problem with hate is it changes a person. It makes their life miserable. And most of the hate I've seen, it's all a kind of cloud. It's all just prejudice and bias and that. But imagine, hating someone you've probably never even seen before. We're all individuals. I can understand hating someone because they personally did something to you. Let's say if some big CEO shut your company down, you lost your job. Yeah, I can understand that. Although it is business, but still, it's got some logic, you know. But let's say if some guy from a different culture offends you in some way, so now you hate everyone from that culture, makes absolutely no sense. If you apply that kind of logic, then, let's say if someone was probably slighted or feel they were slighted or insulted by someone who's an American or Irish, and then, they hate all Irish or Americans, makes zero sense. But when that logic is applied, to them, they don't seem to think it's fair, you know? Absolutely, yeah. Oh, hate is a very primal thing. We can all have a certain amount of it, and I suppose it does have its uses, but it is very unproductive, you know. Now, where's this guy we need to see? Oh yeah, we do it from here, isn't it? I hope we do. Ah, here it is. Yeah, we just needed to go to the last stop. Hate takes so much energy, yeah. And why waste it on strangers? I suppose. I know all hate can be destructive. Very rarely is it beneficial. If someone does you wrong, because just fool me once, fool me twice, kind of thing. You know, uh, Wasting your head on them is a waste of time. Just don't make the same mistake again. Although I can understand other stuff, where hate would come in, and that would be quite normal. Mm. I used to hate, but even the people that deserve to have appendages removed, I just feel, yeah, I tend to think that way. But at the same time, understanding that to a certain extent these people have got to be, removed from your circle and kept at arm's length. But understanding once you really look into it, the kind of mindset, Randy, that's behind that. But it is very, very easy to give in to hate. You can get a lot of comfort from it. But sometimes you could use hate as a crutch. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, no problem, Gazoo. Absolutely no problem. And then there's people that make hate their personality. Okay, I might hate them. They can be kept behind bars. Hmm. If prayers can affect people, why can't negative prayers? Oh, that's a religious thing, isn't it? As I said before, it never really comes into my assessment of a person, the religion or lack of. It's just a personal thing for everyone. In the end, we just have a set amount of time here to, if we want to, make, well, I can't say, individually. You can, I suppose, make a little bit of a difference, I suppose. Just live your life the best you can, Try and treat everyone with the respect that you think you should be treated with. And that's it. Just live your life. Now, okay. But I don't mind any religion, to be honest. Like, I've never seen a religion, let's say, they all try to teach you to be nice and to be good, but if you need religion uh, to tell you basically how to live, you should know this already. Don't be nasty, you know. If you need some kind of afterlife punishment to keep you in line, well, really, there's no point in something like that, you know. But how religion can be twisted, but politics can be twisted. It all can be twisted. You know, all of it. Just have your own beliefs and try and be nice, and that's it. Well, if you're talking about Christians in general, it's not really the religion. It's the people. You know. Christianity in some countries, it's very extreme. It all depends on what country you go to. You know, um, but it's always the people behind that religion. It's not the religion itself that does these nasty things or make laws, although they do have influence. I don't think religion should have influence in any kind of politics or anything like that, but it does. But not so much here. We've got all that separated. Great guy, yeah. But no, I would never judge anyone by their religion or lack of, or their colour, their sexuality, none of that. Just by their actions. But it's easy to fall into, a certain bias or mindset, I suppose. But after experiencing, a lot of different cultures, people, and when I say experience, I mean, not just going on a holiday to some place and, hanging out around a pool in a hotel, sipping martinis, but actually living there for a while and, surviving and working and, getting to know the people, each culture, and, each country has its strengths and weaknesses, and people in general are all the same. There's good, there's bad, but mostly good. And this goes across all countries, it goes across all religions, all nationalities, all skin colours. It's no different, guys. We're all the same. Oh yeah, absolutely. But as far as it goes to organisations, whether it be religious or governmental or private or whatever the case may be, they do have a history for covering their members' crimes. That is appalling, And that's across, everywhere really. It's just a human thing. Now, let's go. Let's do this. No, our hype drive is a little better. Oh my god, it's not. Oh, hang on, it's just here. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, we should be able to get this out quickly. Absolutely. No, we can all be bad as well. It all depends on the pressure we're put under. Even the best of us, Randy and Gazoo. Even if you lived your life like a saint, there's certain events that could happen in your life that would change you. This, again, is normal, But what I try to do, and I suppose most people would be, is to try and think about things logically. Use some critical thinking and always self-analysis on something. But sometimes, you know, some people, you just can't make them out, you know? Yeah, but again, you know, it's pretty normal. Certain events that might happen in someone's life can have an enormous impact, you know, both physically and mentally. Some people can crawl up out of that abyss, and some people just go deeper down the rabbit hole, you know. Like, take for instance, you know, up until about, you know, maybe a decade ago, I would work maybe 12 hours a day, about 6 days a week. I was running my own business. I'm not saying it was massively successful, it was paying the bills, you know? That's all I wanted. You know, I had my dream job, I was working outside, you know, doing gardens, you know, patios, fish ponds, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, didn't get me a ton of money, paid all my bills, and, you know, it was okay. Then I got this injury, and my specialist told me my career was over. And if I was lucky, I wouldn't be paralyzed. I was lucky in that sense. I wasn't paralyzed, you know, but not being able to work and that hit me pretty badly for a while. And after about a week or two, when I started really, you know, obviously think about it, you go through certain stages, obviously. And then I said, okay, it's pointless for me to worry or fret about the stuff I can't change. You know, I couldn't change my injury and I couldn't change what happened. So, you know, worrying and fretting about it just made the situation worse. So, and then I said to myself, okay, where's the upside to this? So, there was a few. I got to spend, you know, more time with my family, you know, which was lacking before. And, you know, 2 new grandkids, so, you know, there's that as well. And, yeah, I get to stream games all day. So, it's something, you know. So I tend to focus on that. I tend to focus on what I've gained, because the stuff I've lost, that's gone forever, you know, and it's pointless to even think about it anymore. You know, and just do the best I can. Now, yeah, worry about it now. In some cases, you'll see people where this might happen, and, you know, like someone that was maybe addicted to gambling, but they stopped that and then got into another addiction to kind of replace it. But that little thing that I went through, now that could have easily turned to me maybe getting involved with some political group, or, you know, a certain type of, you know, let's hit those guys over there. I could have put my energy into that. That would have been a distraction as well, you know. That would have pushed me down a rabbit hole, obviously, you know. But I'd like to think that, you know, I'm far beyond, you know, falling for such obvious tactics. But I turned to my hobbies, gaming and other stuff, and, you know, concentrated on my family. You know, the real stuff, not the magical world of this online smoke and mirrors illusion stuff. Yeah, you can switch. You know, if some people, to take their mind off something, they'll go into something even much worse. Absolutely. Absolutely. Use it wisely. Oh yeah, I want to go to this place as well. I gotta exchange artifacts. We'll do it from here. These are rare enough. I'm not joking, I think I've only found about 2 dozen, I'd say, since we started this game. There.
Bet you'll run into them from time to time. Oh, hang on. This is a new save, guys. It doesn't matter what I do here. That's silly of me. Yeah, it doesn't. This is not my old save. It doesn't matter about this. Okay, we'll make a run from here then, guys. Yeah, I forgot. I'm thinking about my old save. What we do on this, in that sense, doesn't make a difference. Let's just get a few of these guys in here. Right, let's go. I don't know, we'll grab a few bones while we're here. There's one. Well, that's actually where the camp is, guaranteed. You see that? Yeah, that's exactly where the camp is, I'd say. This is, oh, that's one of the Explorer class ones. They're pretty common in the game. The S-class is not too bad. But the living ships are pretty nice. I've got a few of them already, but they're on the other save. Okay. Let's see if our jetpacks will bring us up this far. Just. There's no point in collecting anything here. We'll just go for that. I'm nearly sure that's the camp there, guys. Yeah, we should be good. I'm definitely not the character. Maybe it just seems that way. Yeah, that's the one, alright, I'd say. Either way, I'm grabbing this fossil. Life is all about the journey, isn't it? Weird. Okay, let's go for this one. I don't know why we're bothered scanning anything here, doesn't really matter. I was right. This is the one. Now, let's check in with this guy once we grab this junk that's here. There's a few of this. Yeah, it's usually just the bone broth stuff. Like that.
Weather warning. Incoming
Oh, weather. Come on.
units received. Units received.
Ah, it's a few more of those. Ooh, okay.
Units received.
Some kind of bird, is it? What is that? That is huge. Ah, look at this. Oh, we're getting fried, guys. Oh, you're kidding me.
Ground protection falling.
Alright, let's hide for a little bit. Okay, we're waiting here for a little bit till that storm is gone. We don't want to get killed yet. Now while we're waiting here for for just a moment, I'll just check on something. We'll wait for this storm to pass, so it won't be a second.
There we go.
Oh, let's see what that storm is like. Yeah, there's tons of deposits here, but what's the point? You know, we'll be off this game shortly, and I'm not even sure if we can bring it back. I haven't seen a way anyway. I think the stuff we'll be actually leaving behind. Oh no, that storm is still there.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
There. Just wait for a second. Yeah, this weather, guys, it's horrible. The humidity is starting to climb again. It kind of cooled off for a moment.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Right, let's go. Now, let's see what this guy needs.
Technology recharge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, blah 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 blah. Other side, friends have something in contact. Something. I already know this language from the other side, but you know what it's like. Offer to help. Yep. Okay. Now let's get in here and we'll get our rewards for this. We'll soon have to start selling this junk at the end as well. And we'll be done with the expedition. Not that much further to go, to be honest. Let's get one little reward. Here it is. What is it? Oh yeah, we get the next 7 inventory slots. We wanted to use some for tech as well. I think we got enough in the other ones. There, perfect. Now, yeah, we've got a ton. We'll at least need 3, wouldn't we? Now, let's do these guys. There, we're good. Now we've got to make that in a moment once we get the bones. Oh, hang on, I said from this one we might be able to kind of skip it, wouldn't we? Probably. But I think it's more fun when we get the bones anyway, regardless. Let's see what we need next. Here it is. Yeah, collect the sample, fossil, blah 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 blah. And let's see what else we have here. When that's done, we gotta fix it up. And then we gotta sell the bones. Yeah, this is gonna be easy enough. No. No ancient bones. Okay. Then we need to stop in on the space station as well, on this planet. Right. Let's go to the space station, then we'll check the planets. Where's my ship? We'll have to call it in, I'd say. Let me see. Curious deposit. Well, speaking of curious deposits, hang on. There we go.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Now, yeah, it's not going to take long now, I'd say, to get this done. The dodgy part was the fishing, but we got that over with. Right. Oh my, where's that station? There it is. Then we'll come out and we'll check the planets. Oh, there's ancient bones on that planet there. See it there? Yeah, that's the one we're going to be hitting on in a moment. Yeah, he's okay. Don't worry about that guy. Oh, well, past that. Now.
Product received.
Right, we are good to go, guys. Now let's get those bones. Yeah, we'll go get it. I think it's the planet behind us, isn't it? The smaller one. One of these, is it? Yeah, that's the one there, is it? Ancient Bones, that's the one. Let's go. Once we do that, we'll collect all the bones and we'll have to sell them, won't we? We got close to these. Somebody has a lot of settlements up here. Nero. That was the. That must have been the same. No, Nero. Another guy named one Athens. But Nero was Roman. Or Nero was a Roman emperor, so that would be Italy. Somebody's into history, all right. Does anyone know the story of Emperor Nero? When he was a kid, legions would take him as a mascot. He was nicknamed Little Boots. No, I'll show you how to do it in a moment. Yeah. Yeah, I've been collecting them. Yes, you need to... No, you don't stop at every one. That's a mistake I made. I'll show you in one moment. Actually, I'll be able to do it from here. Let me do a reload. I'll just show you how to do it. Yeah, while Rome burned. I reckon that he might have started himself to make room for a new pass. Yeah, I collected a lot of them. Now, when you go to systems, you'll pick everything from a C, B, A, and S. You'd be better off just picking the A's and the S's. It can take, well, by my experience, if you're really lucky, you'll find one in a minute. I found one in a minute, and the longest I found one was 17 minutes. Make sure you have a lot of fuel to continue your pulse. Yeah, you know. But roughly,
On average, you'll find one about every 10 minutes. And even though it says so, you'll not find them in every system. About 1 in every 10 systems, you're wasting your time. I'll just load this up here. It'd be easier to kind of show you from here. This restore point. Yeah, it takes a long time. And you'll get endless C's, and getting the C's is a waste of time. They're useless. You know, stats with 3 and 4. They're useless. When I get back to my old save, I'll show you the ones I got. I got some C's and B's I'm going to have to get rid of. But what you should be looking for is A's, and take any S's you find. But I've been making it interesting. I'm not taking any ships with numbers, you know, like A4 and all stuff like that, you know, just to make it interesting. But I think I've got like 15 ships. Right, we're here. So basically, what you need is, have you got an anomaly detector? You know that stuff, don't you, Drolo? Oh, I get it, Han Solo. And thanks for following. Would you prefer Drolo or Alan, is it? Drolo. Perfect. Alejandro. Nice. Yeah, so you've got the anomaly detector. You know you need to use one of those. If you're stuck for those, you can just shoot up some asteroid belt. You'll eventually find 1 or 2. So once you've got one of those, so what you need to do, go to your space station. If you want to save these, yeah, go to your space station, get it into your ship, yeah, then get out. So that will create your save. And then you'll have a save here, and it won't be autosave. It will be restore point. So you've done that now. You've got your little restore point that will bring you back here. Let's say you've only got one. I don't have one here, but I'll show you how it goes. I wonder if this guy would have any for sale. Be worth it to show. I wonder has he any for sale. I've got like 50 back on the main save. No. But we'll assume we have one, yeah? So what you're looking for is a thing called whale song. You'll come up with certain kind of... yeah, it can be confusing. Don't stop on every single one. But it will probably at least take you 7 minutes to find your first one. You haven't got any at all. Are you using the Dream Aerial? Have you already got one from the Dream Aerial? Yeah, that's very important. Yeah, okay, you've got your one from the Dream Aerial. I kept at it until I got an S on that one. The last Econ, I think was its name. So now that you've got that saved, and we assume we have that, it's a pity I don't have it. Yeah, you can get rid of it now. It can only be used once. So destroy it from your menu. Yeah, and you can't build another one and use it again. So it's just rubbish now. Yeah, just destroy it in your inventory. It's just taking up space. So, what I like to do when I come out of these space stations, and it's just me, I like to go right. So you're out here. Now I'll tell you some of the problems with this. So you're waiting here. Now, sometimes if you go into pulse when you know exactly what to do, and you don't wait for the frigates to land in, just as you're going over to your ship to chat, the frigates will start landing in, and you can't chat to the guy and he flies off, so you'll miss your chance. So wait out here till you hear all the bangs of, you know, the frigates coming in, which they've already come in here. So just be careful of that. So after they've all finished coming in, go in here to here, obviously, and you know this, to your exosuit. So let's say we have one here. Hold on that and press the X, and then it will say to go into pulse. Now, then we go into pulse. I can't really show it here. That's. Yeah, I can't do it with this. Yeah, it's a waste of time. I'll tell you, we'll quit from this and we'll go back to our old save for one moment, guys. Yeah, because it's impossible to. Yeah, I can do it from here. I'll bring in the anomaly.
Yeah, it'll still be pretty easy. It'll only take me 5 seconds to do. And it's kind of complicated, you know, because it's going to be very frustrating for you if you don't see it done. There it is. Return to primary save. This will only take 2 minutes. Now that will push me right into my own ship. As this is the expedition. And let me go back here for a moment. It's safe enough. It's just like switching between saves. But explaining it, I'd really have to show you. So A's, you want to be taking A's at a minimum. Well, it's up to you, but you'll find it very frustrating. Sometimes it takes ages to get one. It will give you endless C's. So this is my ship here, the one I've been using. So here we have, see where I've got them here? And I've been doing a lot of junk with this stuff, trying to sell it off. That's your anomaly detector there. So let's get out of here for a moment. Now, sim rules apply with these guys. What you'd want to be doing is you want to be finding a nice 3-star system, Drolo, to improve your chances. I know you'll still get endless C's, but you've got a better chance by far in a 3-star system. Now, sometimes you'll get a hit on the pirate things, but to be honest, it said 5%, but I can't see it. Maybe it is. I prefer to do the 3-star systems. Nice. Now remember, occasionally you won't find one in this system. Don't waste your time doing it again. Just move on. So we've got that saved there. Here, let me do it again. Let me do it from the space station. Here. Where's the space station? I'll show you exactly the way I do it. Now, the pirate system might be worth a chance if it gets a bit slow, you know? But I got lucky at one stage. I got 2 S's in a row from 2 pirates. And then that was it then. For the rest of the day I couldn't get anything. So we'll start from here. Now I've already tried this system. So get out. Hang on. I want to go to another 3-star system. I guess I'll find something good. I've already tried this system. Let me find a nice 3-star system here. Or even a pirate system. I'm not really bothered. No, I don't want to bring in my freighter into a pirate system. So we're looking for a 3-star system. Anything will do now. Come on. Usually you can find these easily enough, but you know when you're in a hurry, it's always the same, isn't it? Yeah, I won't go to the distant system. I hate those pirate thingies. Come on now. Okay, we might try the pirate system. Yeah. There. Yeah, we'll try. No, that's dissident. There. There we go. The reason I won't do the distant is I'm still looking for Sentinel ships. My mic, sorry. How's that? Yeah, I actually moved it. Yeah, just while I was smoking a cigarette. My apologies. So I'm going to use this pirate station. But as I said, I think it's a bit better to use the 3-star. But we'll go here anyway. No problem.
See, there's a chance I might get something I want, so I didn't want to do the same system. And I'd be raging if I missed a decent one. Now ignore this. Yeah, just don't worry. We'll kill them. Yeah, did you do these yet? Yeah, why not? Now this has been pretty bugged for me, and I think it's across all of everyone's saves. It wasn't giving out any S-class upgrades, but I found a way around it. So basically what I do on these, so if you're not getting S, this is a guaranteed way to get an S-class upgrade each time, Drolo. Where's that ship again?
Enemy missile inbound.
Yeah, here it is. Just come in here. Now forget about what they say. Just come in here. Take out these 4 engines. Now the secret of this is you've got to let them kill the other guys. So just come in here like this. Take out the 4 engines so they don't get away. And when you've got all 4 engines, it should say that they're out. Make sure you take the engines out. There it is. And just give that little flip as you're going around, like so. Come in here and you see this. Forget about the weapons. Don't even touch the weapons. Now you take out all the shields. But you got to make sure that you wait until they've taken out the other ship. It seems to be a bug. But everyone that I've been talking to seems to have that bug as well. This is guaranteed S-class upgrade for your frigate. Or your freighter. I keep calling it frigate. Now I can easily save the ship if I want to, but I'll have to take my time. Make sure you've got all of these. And then flip over to the other side here. Nice and easy. And just wait around on these ones here. Make sure you don't miss these. Leave the last one until that freighter is destroyed on the other side. Like I could save it no problem from here. I was even a bit slow at this. Now obviously your weapons will play a decent part. But once you take out the 4 engines, this guy's going nowhere. So you can take your time. Gotta wait here for a moment. Civilian shields, they'll be beaten pretty shortly. So once they get beaten, finish the last one, you should see, by the time you do that turnaround, you should get that upgrade. Just make sure the civilian shields, that's it. See where it says rewards reduced? I think the bug is that you only get the first reward. So if you save them, that your reward is cash and you don't get the second one. It was working perfect when I first started playing this, but then I did 10 in a row without any reward. So I stopped doing these because there's no point. Now once you take out this last one, you should be called in to visit the guy. That's it. Now watch carefully and you'll see this popping up here. It should. It hasn't failed me yet. Come on now. There it is. Now usually it's in here. There it is. Salvaged Fleet Trade Unit. And this one is an S. All of them will be S. Now you can only use 3 of each, Drolo. Yeah, that's the only way to get around the bugs in this game. You have to do it exactly that way. Now you can only use 3 of each. on every one of them it's 15, except the fuel is 20. Now sometimes you'll get some for the fuel for 17 and 19. So once you have those in place, and once it's not taking any more, see if you've got the full ones. Everything is 15% except the fuel upgrades. And I'll show you that on my freighter in a moment. I still need one. I've got one at 19%. I can get one for 20. So I just actually sell these. So let's go in, and you've got to... well, you can ignore this guy, to be honest. But it's 6 million, so why not? And also, it's quite possible, it happens rarely, but sometimes you can get one of these royal ships landing on these. So it's always a good idea to have just a quick look and see who's coming in. And I'm almost sure I seen one of those travelers, those traveler guys in the game, manning a ship. I think I've seen it twice, but if I find one now, I didn't have a freighter at the time, so I couldn't recruit him to the squadron. So this one here it's a C class. That's rubbish. Only take these in an S. The very first one of these I raided was an S, so that was it. So just go to this guy here and just tell him you want to take the ransom, demand tribute. That's it, we're done. Now, right, that's that one. So we got that out of the way. Now let's sort out this, was a living frigate, isn't it? Freighter. Yeah, living freighter. So this is a pirate system. I prefer to go with the 3-star system, but you'll always come into these raids here, always in the pirate systems. You'll come into it an odd time in a 3 and 2-star, but the rewards are pretty much rubbish. Now let me show you the freighter upgrades here on this. That's my freighter here. It's an S-class pirate. You see these? You're only allowed 3 of each. So you get trade, you get expedition, you get which one is this again? Expedition speed. You get mining ability. You get scientific ability. Living frigate, yeah, or freighter, yeah. So all of those are 15%. These go up to 20. You see this one, 20%. See where I've got one that's 19. That's the only one I'm missing. I can replace that with a 20. Once I put one in, just take that one out. That's it then, and it's maxed out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones to get. All of them are 15%, except the fuel. They're 20. So anything else you can kind of scrap. You can use it until you get something better. So okay. So regardless if this is a pirate station or a 3-star, just come in like this. I'll show you my little system. Now you need this so you can reload. You don't want to be wasting that because they're a pain. They're a pain to get those anomaly thingies. So now that's your save. So go back to your options. So when I reload this restore point, it's right before I did this. So get into your ship. Now come out here. Now I like to go right, but it's really up to you. Now I think the freighters already come in. But wait a few seconds, because they'll really ruin your chance of getting a freighter. But when you come to this and there's no battle, and when you come out, you'll hear the freighters after about 10 seconds, bang, 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 coming up. 2 lots of them, so we're okay. So now that we're here, now if this is worth keeping, I'll keep it. But if it's not worth keeping, what you can do is just kind of reload, or else pull up at any one of the anomalies and reload your restore point. That will bring you back here, and you'll have your kind of detector thing back. So okay, go into your exosuit, press X on this, and now it tells me the pulse. Now this is what you need to be looking for here.
Now I go, hang on, let me see. Make sure, first of all, you've got plenty of fuel, enough to fill this twice. So let's go. Now, watch carefully. You gotta watch on the top and on the side where it says the Starship guidance message. Now that symbol is pretty common. Ignore that Atlas symbol. And you'll see it on the bottom as well, deep space detected. These are useless. Don't even waste your time. You get a chance of landing on a derelict freighter as well to get stuff, but that's not what you want. So you get those, you'll get black holes, and you'll get derelict freighters. What you're after the ship. So it should say megafauna or something like that. So ignore those symbols. You see they're like that sword? But just look at the top one and then glance down to the one on the side. Now, as I said, it could take anywhere between, if you're really lucky, but usually it's between 7 and 12 minutes. So I have plenty of fuel. You see that sword symbol? Waste of time. When the Atlas symbol comes up, just ignore it. Keep going. There's another one that's useless. Now the Atlas symbol will keep coming up also for the black holes if you're looking for one of those. So that's why it's important that if you're looking for something like that, you check the bottom one as well. It will tell you exactly what it is. The sword symbol is all the randomy stuff. So basically, you'd run this all the way down till it goes to the red. You'd fill it again, and once it passes the halfway mark, there's a very rare chance you'll get a ship after that, because sometimes you can go into a system where, I don't know if it's a bug or if it's designed that way, you won't get a ship. But it's about 1 in 10. Depends on how much trying you did before. But we'll keep at this till we find one. That's no good either. You got the Atlas symbol, you got the sword symbol on that. So it's not even a black hole. It took me a little while to work this out. But I was stopping at everything as well. But I didn't realize that it would take so long to find this. Now, usually if you come up with a derelict freighter before that, there's probably cut your chances in half of finding a frigate, to be honest, by my experience. And you'll see the symbol when if it comes up here. I'll let you know. But there it is, anomaly detected, and you can see. But basically, if you're looking for frigates, ignore that kind of diamond-shaped Atlas. That's useless. It should say whale song detected, and on the bottom it should say megafauna or something like that. But hopefully we'll come up with anyone. It doesn't matter if we take it or not, just to kind of show you, you know. Knowing my luck, we probably won't find one. So we deplete this all the way down, and on the next one, now you see that one? You see that one that came up there? That's actually a derelict freighter. That can be cool as well, you get a lot of stuff for that, but that's not what we're looking for. You know the one that you've got to give 5 million for? That's it there. And it's like that, it actually looks like a... like a jacket, doesn't it? So that's not what we're looking for. But that was a derelict freighter. So as I said, that's dropped our odds of finding one a little bit. That's just going by what I've done before. Not sure if it's actually the way it works. But I say I've with the ones I've refused and the ones I've taken and then the ones I've decided to dump because they weren't good enough, I've probably found about 50. That's a lot of time. Well, 40 anyway. But this can be very annoying. You could spend 15 minutes on this and still have to go to another system. And would you believe A's are much rarer than S's? You'll probably find 3 S's for every 1 A you'll find. But it's mostly C's with the odd B. And you can only get 1 ship, I think, in each system, so once you get your ship, move on. I hope we find something here. But it's very important that before you start the pulse, you wait around till all of the other freighters come in. Because what happens is if you do this before that, when you find this guy, as you're approaching him, these guys will come in, you won't be able to chat with him, or you'll get cut off and he'll just fly away and you've lost your chance. Happened to me a few times before I realised it. But this is boring beyond belief. This is why I do it when I'm not streaming. But when I was doing the Dreamcatcher, I tried about 10 systems before I found an S. And that's the only one I can remember its name. I think it was the last Alcon or something, or the only Alcon it was called. Or Econ. Yeah, it's better to see this, you know. I could explain it, but it's better to see it. I don't know how frustrating this can be. The game is pretty vague on what you need to do. And that's some kind of a bug that I didn't get around to. I've been picking up hitchhikers, but it's not affecting the game too much. See that? Tolgek, whatever his name is? Yeah, he's hitchhiking. Now once this starts to go red, I prefer to use pyrite and uranium to power these, because when I started the game it landed me in a system with a paradise planet with tons of it, so by the time I moved out I had tons of it. But I've found them anywhere from 1 minute to 17. 17 is an extreme. Rarely find them, to be honest, after 12 minutes. I would just wait till this starts to go red. And when it hits the halfway mark, we have almost no chance of finding one. That's a pity. I was hoping to get one of these quickly. Even if it is rubbish, just to show. So when it gets to about there, come into this, here, and I like to use that, so we use that.
Technology recharge.
Now when it gets to the bottom part of that, turn on this, yeah, then we're in trouble. But I've seen one come in, I think after, almost 3 dozen of those. So that works out about 12-14 minutes. But remember what I said, if you find a freighter beforehand, it drastically reduces your odds, I think. But still a chance of finding one. Yeah, it's a long pulse, isn't it? That's why you weren't finding them. You'd probably use 100 of those, stopping at every single one. And maybe still not find them. But you can get lucky. You know, you can find one in 1 minute. But it only happened to me twice, I think. Sometimes 7 minutes. Sometimes 12 minutes. But to be honest, it's mostly about 14-ish minutes. But if I was to average it all out, I would say about 12 minutes. Yeah.
But imagine trying to get an entire fleet like this in A's and S's. You're talking about a long time. Unless you want to go with the C's, and they're brutal. Oh, hi. Hi, Kaylee. It's been a while, yes. Pretty good, and you? I hope you've been well. I was just showing Drolo here how to hunt for these living frigates. But we haven't been having much luck in this system, but we might get lucky. But those derelict freighters, Drolo, you'll find some decent stuff on those, for building and that. We're in it to win it, we are. So, what have you been up to, Kelly? How's life been treating you? Oh yeah, we'll find one. Anyway, there wasn't much left to do on the expedition. I needed to put in some more, stuff to try and get my 6 hours. I'd say at best there's another half an hour, maybe an hour left on the expedition. So we have time on this. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, getting better slowly. One day at a time, Kaylee. Absolutely. But I hope things improve for you. Now I'll show you, Drolo, where, in my opinion, is the point of no return, where you're probably definitely not going to get anything, and you're better off just then stopping and reloading. You see where we are now? Well, you see the other little one beneath that? Yeah, you're pretty much finished once you pass that. But about 70% of the time you'll have to at least refuel it once. But we'll keep at this until we find one. I was never one to give up. But this is one of the reasons too why I don't like pirate systems, Draw. Oh, it seems to happen here much more frequently, and I much more frequently get C-class. That's one of the reasons why I hate pirate systems. I prefer the 3-star system. Well, we're nearly there. You see where it's getting down to that? That's the point of no return. It's not worth your while going on past this. Apparently not. Apparently everyone is saying that there's a 5% chance in a pirate system. But I haven't found that, but that's what everyone is saying. Yeah, of getting an S-class, a pirate system is supposed to be the best. But I've had some bad luck with pirate systems. I seem to be working out way better in 3-star systems. Maybe it's just my save, and maybe it's just a thing with my game. So that's it. You see that part there where we are? That, in my opinion, is, you're getting nothing after that. So we struck out on one system. So this is what I'm saying. It's not guaranteed. Everyone is saying there's at least one in every system. And it's always the same guy, but I haven't found that to be. So we'll wait for one more pulse. But as I said, once you come up with that derelict freighter, it really drastically reduces your odds. And I hate pirate systems. I tried 50 pirate systems, Drolo, before I got an S-class Sentinel. And I only found it by chance. So, what you do now is, you don't reload the autosave, you reload the restore point. So, this is how far we went. We went on that one for 15 minutes. If you don't get it in 12 minutes, you're pretty much wasting your time. So, we'll reload that, and don't bother trying the same system again. So, what you do now is you reload that, you get your little detector thing back, obviously. There you can see, we still have 5. Yeah. No, usually I come up with them pretty quick. It's just Murphy's Law. When I'm trying to show it to someone, it all goes wrong. Now that's some kind of glitch. Yeah, it's kind of sunk. So we're back here. Now this time we're going to try a 3-star system. Now we go back. How do we do this again? In here, we'll look for a 3-star system, which we should have doing at the start. I prefer not to hit the dissident systems, to be honest. Let me find a little 3-stars. Is that a 3-star system? No, 2. Do you notice they're impossible to find when you're looking for them? There's a 3-star system. Now we have a reasonable chance here. You see this one here? So we'll warp in here. It is. You know when you get that S, that feeling of achievement? Yay! You know, especially after doing this in about 10 systems over about 2 hours. So now that we're here, go straight to the station. And I've just collected junk from this guy. I've maxed out all the factions, so I get a lot of free stuff. So I never really have to make fuel or anything like that, which is handy. Saves me a bit of time. And we'll deal with that visitor at the settlement in a moment, but we'll make sure and we'll deal with our freighters as well when we go back. The mission should be in. Now, I let go about 4 original S-class freighters that I found with S-class because I wanted to make it interesting. They had names like SC47 and all that stuff. So now I only want to take freighters, you know, just to make it interesting. I just want to take freighters with no numbers, you know. So I let go a ton of them. And I did do a little experiment on C-classes, and they're absolutely, or Bs, are absolutely not worth it. Not yet. I do have a YouTube channel, Drolo, but I'm pretty new at this. I usually do building and stuff, but I've got all of my VODs from Twitch, and I've also got some settlement tours. I've got some building tours from I think I've got some from Subnautica, but mostly from Fallout 4. Oh, well, thank you, Drolo. Appreciate it. But if you're looking for the YouTube channel, it's just come up there. Just 2 lines up from you. You can see there's a link on that. Or if you're looking for the channel, it's basically my tag, but instead of the underscores, it's just a blank space. But I think I have something close to 1,000 videos on that. But it's mostly, you know, over these past few years, and it's mostly all of my playthroughs from the VODs. But there's some settlement. But I've got a ton of building stuff from Valheim that I never got around to. That's another great building game. Yeah, this is all free stuff, so I hate to leave it behind. Yeah, of course. Well, we'll give him that. Now, that's just me, but basically when you get here, again, repeat the process, get into your ship, and get back out. That creates here your restore point. That's the one you're looking for. And always be on the lookout for some decent ships here if you're looking for those for your squadron. So again, as I said, I like to go to the right, but it doesn't really matter. Now I'll wait here for a few seconds to make sure those idiot frigates don't come in. Yeah, sometimes it can take up to 10 seconds. But it's been kind of iffy since the update, you know. But I think they came in already, didn't they? Yeah, I think we're safe. Okay. Now again, into your inventory. We'll hit that anomaly detector. And now let's check this, but I think we've got our fuel back. We have. Let's do this again. Hopefully we'll
I don't think I've ever struck out twice. But, you know, Murphy's Law, as I said. Let's see. Now again, you've got about 10 seconds to stop. So, you know, you don't have to be too fast. So that's no good. You can see what it is by the bottom. I'm sure we'll find one. These usually come pretty easy, to be honest. On the very first one, I got one before as well, but very, very rare. But I suppose, yeah, it would average about 10 or 12 minutes, you know, across all of your. Maybe if you did this 100 times, probably. Well, at least 12 minutes anyway. That's the last thing you need, that kind of sword symbol looking thing. But you can imagine to find all of the S-Class you need, how long it would take this one. But an A is good enough, to be honest. You know, because you've got most of the bonuses on that. And even the C's over time, you know, to be honest, would kind of work out in the long run. But you're talking about, oh my good God, probably talking about 1,000 missions to do something with them. It's definitely not worth it. Even a B class is not worth it. A, you'll manage to get it up to an S pretty quickly. You know, if you send them on some long missions, 4 or 6 hours, it only take maybe 2 or 3, you know, and you've got your S. And you've got a decent, you know, 5th upgrade as well. Or bonus little thing on it. Well, I hope they give me one shortly. So, what have you been up to if you're still there, Kaylee? Anything interesting? And thank you for that compliment, Ronald. But this is mind-numbingly boring. But it's okay to do when you're not streaming, you know, obviously. But it gets old pretty quick. And don't check the same system twice. You know, if you get a B, thinking you get an A or an S, you'll just get the same guy over and over. So move on. Yeah. Oh, but this ticks me off because I've done this so much. There should have been a system in this where there would have been a max of maybe 10 minutes, you know. Yeah, you see that? That was a black hole, a wormhole. You see it on the bottom? You get that kind of spiral symbol. You see there on the bottom. But it's still not what we're looking for. I've used them a few times. If it goes in the right direction, you'll roughly get about maybe 6,000 light years closer to the center. I've used them a few times. One sent me back, what was it? 400,000 light years in the wrong direction. That's why I go to the right. I think the worst search I've ever had on this was the third one, I think. Irony is, if I wasn't streaming, this thing would come up straight away. So on the top you'll see whale song, and on the bottom here it says something about megafauna. But you've seen that with the Dreamcatcher, or the Dream something. Well, I don't really know, but in my experience, if the wormhole comes up, or let's say the freighter comes up, I feel that it decreases my chances of actually finding a ship or affecting its class. But it might be just coincidence, you know. The only way to really work that one out would be to kind of document maybe 100 or maybe 200 of these, you know. And then again, it might be different for everyone else. You know, luck comes into it a lot. And the area of space as well. I don't know how the mechanics in this game are. Maybe there's a huge area of space where certain things are set. But from my experience, yeah, it seems to affect my chances. Well, all you will find in a pulse is the derelict. Yeah. All you will find is the derelict, the black hole, and then all of these other little things in between with that kind of sword symbol. The derelict freighter, yeah. But I tell you what we can do. I'll go to the other system. If we fail here, we're guaranteed to get one. Yeah, absolutely. If we fail here. See, I'm on the second kind of universe thing in the game. I can go back to my old base. And that's right in the other system. Yeah. The only reason you do that is if they pop up while you find that, it kind of bugs out the freighter and you can't hire it. It happened to me a ton. I was raging. Some nice S-Class. Right in the middle of dialogue. It popped up and kind of bugged it out.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, the regular freighters, once they popped up, you're better off doing the pulse after that. Yeah, I missed 2 S-Class. First of all, I didn't realise what was doing it, and then I found out it was the freighters. You know, once they popped in, it broke dialogue with that guy and he just, you know, took off. If this fails, I'll head straight back to my old system. That was a pretty decent spot. But definitely Murphy's Law on this one, guys. I can't seem to find one at all. I need to drop off of my old freighter anyway, and I'll show you the stuff I have there. And anyway, I needed to eventually get this done anyway, so you know, it's no inconvenience. Happy to do this. Yeah, but you see how boring this is? But even on the worst of times, I would get one on the second system. It might come yet. Oh, no problem. No problem. I know how frustrating this can be. Yeah, I might get something as well, so, you know. But my pleasure. Now, it's still looking a bit grim. I need to get back to the other system anyway. But weird. I usually have something by now. I think Murphy's Law applies to his boat, Rolo. Oh, this is so weird. These guys usually come up so quickly. I should have been a beta tester for games. If there's a bug in a game, I can find it. No matter how rare it is. Okay, we'll wait a little bit longer. Sometimes changing galaxies will help a lot. I got a bug in this where none would come up at all. I tried 10 systems in a row. I went back to the other galaxy, went to the very first system, found one, come back here, and then the whole thing seemed to be working again. It's a possibility that might have happened again over going on the expedition. You know? It's possible. Okay, we're almost done. We'll have to call in our freighter. We can do it from there. Are the merged planets? No, not really. The only bugs you'll get in this is maybe sometimes with spawning, but they're few and far between. But every time they do an update on this, it creates a lot of problems, you know. But if you get into trouble, if you're far enough in the game where you can switch over galaxies, yeah, we're done here, guys. That's really, really, really weird that I haven't got something by now. Disappointing, really. I was just on earlier today, and I was only finding C, so I got ticked off and decided to leave it for a little bit. Right, we'll give it one more pause. We'll check the old system. I need to get back to the settlement anyway. Enough. Now, let's call in our freighter, and from there we can jump to our settlement, and then we can try in that's basically another another universe. We finished the Artemis path, so this is the new one. This is the Hilbert dimension. So, okay. I'll show you what I've done with the freighter. I still haven't finished. Or the settlement. Yeah. No, it's a matter of principle now with me in this game. I'm determined now to find one. So this is my S-class pirate freighter. And even here you'll get some strangers landing from time to time. This is my living ship. Here. Well, I don't think that's the one I'm using. Yeah, that's the one I'm using. I want to collect 4 more as well from my what are they called? My squadron. Yeah, I did a bit of looking for that one. But the first one goes on for about 3 or 4 days. It's ridiculous. But then after that, you know, it's very quick. These are some Sentinels I picked. I think one of them is an S-class. I'm going to get rid of it shortly. This is a cool one. But I only found it in an A. Where is it? Yeah, look at that. It's like a little transformer. Yeah, there's the other one. Now what I'm going to do is give 4 to the squadron. You know. This one I called Ahab because it looks like a whale. But now I have it on that, I'll just put whatever race is on it. Yeah, you see this? I didn't know how rare that was, and now I'll forget where the planet is, but it's only an A. But watch this. If I find one again, I'll definitely make sure I'll get an S. Oh, hang on. Yeah, look at that. It's so neat and compact. It's a pity I didn't it didn't work a bit harder and find an S. Yeah, but the S's, they're so hard to get. But I did find one, it's here somewhere. There, I prefer this, it's the only way I can fly in these things. But I'd only settle for a natural S. No, I could pay a few nanites and get this, you know, kind of up to an S, but where's the fun in that? I have a natural S here somewhere. It's not that piece of junk anyway, is it? God, no. That's an A that I want to get rid of. Oh, it is. That's the piece of junk. That's a natural S, guys. That's the only S-class Sentinel I found, and I don't like the design at all, whatsoever. And I kept my original ship because I am a little bit sentimental. I'll fix that one up later. Now, this is the freighter. I'll show you what I have here. Now, the reason I kept 5 ordinary ones is the the freighters don't have any crew. And what happens on the freighter is when the crew, when these guys, when you hire these, you'll see them walking around. So I might keep those 5, you know, just so the freighter has a few crew, but a different design. So there's the ones there. That's the kind of stat you're getting on these. So that's what you want. You see how I'm trying to get rid of the guys with numbers, just to make it interesting. There's the B. They're totally not worth it. And that's a B I rose up myself, I think, from a C. Look at the C. Look at the numbers on these. And that's after doing about 7 or 8 missions. They're just not worth it. You know? The B's and the C's. Go for A's. A's are not too bad. Now, that's one I'm going to have to get rid of because of the numbers, but I've been holding it here for a while. So there you can see. That's been on 26 missions. You know, it's had 250 encounters. 26. So you definitely, and that was an S coming in. You know, you definitely want to be working on those. Now, let me see, I think there's a few guys already in here. We'll get those out and going. It'll give me an opportunity now to do it. Ah, they're still out on patrol. They are. That's cool. Yeah, that's good. We don't have to worry about those. So this is my freighter, what I've done in it so far. But it still needs a bit of work. I've got all of the other stuff. I never use it here. one of everything. My storage in here. Well, 5 terminals because there's 5 missions. 5 you can do a day, so I've maxed out on them. My teleporter here. And all of these here. On each side. There's still a little bit more left to do. Now as we go up here, this is my garden area. That's one of every plant in the game, so I don't need to hold anything in storage. I can pick it from here. If you're building this up high on a second story, it is kind of buggy. The stairs will not bring the power. So you're better off doing something like this on the outside. Bring it all the way around on this platform and making sure it's overlapping. Something like that. And that will get the power back in. You see where I've overlapped it there? It's got to be touching at least one of these. That was enough to bring the power in. Took me about 2 hours to figure that out. So it is kind of buggy. Now you'll also do it with the corridors, but once you take a turn on the corridors, after a few fast travels with the freighter, they tend to bug out a lot. The pieces go missing, so I didn't want to use those. Now I'm working on 2 large sections on the side. I've pretty much done the crew quarters down one side, and then I want to do the mess hall later, but never got the time yet. That's where I want to do the mess hall. You see what I mean? You know, by having in freighters with actual people. You know, they'll give you, you know, people who are standing around, which makes it a lot better. So this is what I've done with the mess hall. It's almost, or the crew quarters. It's almost finished. Everything in this is freehand, so it makes doing this a bit of a pain. You know, lining everything up perfectly. This would bunk about 60. And there's still little bits and pieces. I'm looking to maybe unlock some new things for this. So that's what I've done on the freighter so far. Now, let's get back to that other system, but we'll deal with the settlers as well while we're there. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now, from time to time, and it's rare, when you call this ship in and move it to different galaxies, a piece might disappear. It's possible. It's rare, but you know, all you've got to do is replace it. I think with me, the last time it was that window disappeared, but I just rebuilt it. Oh yeah, I bought all the colours for this as well, but I never changed it. I might have a look at them later. Oh yeah. I would have never believed finding another ship would take this long. But this game has it has a habit of eating up a lot of time. Not that that's exactly a bad thing, you know. Now let's just quickly deal with these guys. And the base is on this planet as well, so we'll leave from here. This is the other system. Yeah, you're going to do something for an hour, and before you know it, you're on this for 5 hours. Now let's just deal with him. There we go. No, I didn't get to finish my base here. You know what this game is like. But it's on the same planet. But very immersive, you know, when you can get sidetracked so much. And that's the hallmarks of
a very immersive, good game. But that, again, obviously is subjective, isn't it? All depends on what you like. So this is the base I was doing, but then got sidetracked. On this, you know, I've got the original guys here, you know, the farmers and all of that. Okay, let's change our ship. We won't be using that. Oh, we've got to land it out here. That doesn't matter. Well, I've got storage up there and plants and everything here, really. And I have those out there. I'll eventually get around to it. What I wanted to do was, I know it's not a thing to do. The exocraft are usually outside. But I wanted to make a kind of huge area for the exocraft. The problem is there's no door big enough, so I might have to leave a kind of open thing. I might experiment a little bit with that size glitching, but I have a feeling that would break the game. I put too much time into this. You know, to have a proper doorway for that. But before I leave this game, I want to do a massive underwater settlement. Got a taste for that in Subnautica. And with the update now, there's some pretty deep oceans, so we could do it, you know. We could do it. Now, okay, let's find this ship. All I've got to do is fast travel back to, you know, teleport back to the freighter, and I'll get back where I was, because I was within, I think, 260,000 light years from the center, and this is 719. Great game, very, very, very beautiful, very immersive, albeit very short, you know. So what I would say on that is kind of hold back on the main story. And, you know, do all the little side stuff and fix up your settlement before you move out, because the game can be pretty short. You know, even while doing that, it can be. Not like this. You know, you could play this thing forever. Okay. Okay, hyperdrive has no fuel. Let's do the hyperdrive here.
Technology recharge.
Now, hopefully we'll find one this time. Hang on, it's this one. Right, we'll see if we can find a 3-star system. Who knows, we might get lucky. And I think I deserve an S from this. Yeah, if you find that, you know, if you've got as far as I have in the story and you can switch universes, if you're coming up with a kind of bug where none of these are showing all the time, coming back here and finding one, then going back, you know, to the other universe can clear it up. I paused like 10 times in a row in the beginning and could find nothing, knew there was something wrong. But I think I was just unlucky, to be honest. I don't think it happened again. There it is. We'll try that one. Now we won't be bringing our freighter in here, or we'll lose where we are. And there's below zero, that's pretty good as well. That was the kind of follow-up to it. Now, I've probably been here before, obviously. Let's go here. Surely we'll find one this time. Personally, I think this should show up within 5 minutes. But there you go. Now I just grabbed this stuff here. You don't have to do this, obviously, but I might get some stuff I probably need eventually.
Product received. Product received.
There, so we're ready to go. Well, at least we got the settlement thing out of the way. So in here, make sure you've got full fuel on this. We have. So again, this is our restore point here. We get in. I don't see the freighters coming in either. That's weird. I hope they haven't got another bug. Because usually the freighters would jump in here pretty quickly. Knowing my luck, it probably bugged out again. Finally back in bed. Nice, getting some rest. Crunched up. Oh yeah, that can be. Especially if you fall asleep. Very, very bad for your blood flow as well. Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so there's no freighters coming in. That's weird. To be honest, I'm a little bit concerned now. I hope I didn't get this stupid bug back. Okay. But it's mega weird that I didn't find something yet, to be honest. Alright, let's give it a shot. Ah, they better give me one this time. Third time has to be a charm, guys. And I don't think I did any of this on the VODs either, so you wouldn't be able to see it on that. This I usually do when I'm not streaming. Yeah, let me see if I can get something to drink while this is happening. Yeah, I just found 4 of them that I didn't like before I came on. So you'll see whale song on top and megaphone or something on the bottom. That's when you want to be stopping. Here on Xbox, it's just, you know, pulling the left trigger. Okay, hello games. There it is. We got one. You see what I told you, Drolock, how sometimes it can be a bit buggy where they won't come out. And then coming back to a different system, you'll probably hit one first time, then going back to your own system, you know. Yeah, but we got one first time here. Oh, well, the name is good enough. If this guy's an A or better, I'll take him. You see him there? You see how fast that guy came in? Now, it doesn't always happen that way. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I was really frustrated. I did 10 systems. Nothing would come up. So I went back to a different system. When I say system, I mean a different universe. You might not be far enough in the game to switch over, but I have my main base here. So go in here, go down here, and let's see what he is. Yeah, you don't have to go through the same thing. You know the ones where you had to answer questions? Yeah, you don't have to do that anymore. That was just for the first one. Just keep going through that, and we'll see what he is. Please don't be an A or an S. Come on, give me a break. I deserve it. Oh yeah! Strike! Nice. Strike. We got an S, guys. There it is. That's what you're looking for. Doesn't mind about the tonnage. Some are 2, some are 3. But I want that. So you're going to be paying anywhere between 50 and 65 mil. So make sure you've got a lot of money. But something around the price of the freighters, you know. So there it is, S on the spot. Yeah, I'll take screenshot of the system. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm taking that guy. But at least I got rewarded for this one. Yeah, I'm taking him. I've been looking for something like that for a while. I'll only take him because he hasn't got numbers. I hate taking numbers, but there it is. That's it. Nice. But that's because I've tried so many and, you know, it's kind of buggy. So let me get to a planet and I'll get a screenshot of here. Oh, hang on. Can I do it from here? I can. Yeah, there it is. This is exactly where I am. Get a screenshot of that Drolo. So there it is. Bird thingy, rocket ship thingy, triangle, wormhole, something. I don't know what numbers they are. But give me a text once you've got a screenshot of that. So this is the system I found it in. So if you want this, you probably have a portal ready. Got it. Perfect. So there. Now remember, you'll only get this here once. But this is in the very first system. Or I keep calling it system. The very first universe. So I don't know how far you are in the game. Did you get to the stage where you got to pick another universe? Well, that's it. That should get you there. Excuse me. And that's it. So, okay. Let's get back, guys. Now, what I need to do is... I need to get back to... yeah, I need to get back to the ship, isn't it? Now, you look at that. See how they came in this time? I was just lucky. It's starting to work again. No problem, Jolo. It was a kind of buggy. You see those guys, the way they jumped in? That should have happened right from the start. That's what I was waiting for. And you see how they sent me a signal? Well, if you're talking to the other guy, this will break in and you'll lose him. So you see all that? Yeah, it was a little bit buggy. But it seems to be fixed once I move back here. And now, another fix for this could be is instead of quitting your game, Drolo, if you're not finding anything, and these guys are late warping in, is to close your game. You know, from here, what I would do is I just go down to No Man's Sky and I would press, what's this? That button with 3 lines, and I get to quit the game from the app. You know, quitting the game from the app. Are you on PC or Xbox? Because that's a good way of clearing up any kind of cache bugs in the game. I don't know how you're on... Yeah, it would be the same. Yeah, on console. You know, not quitting the game, or let's say just to close the app. You know, from your button. I don't know how you do it on Sony. I'm on Xbox. But here it's that button with those 3 lines that just go in. First of all, I push the power button, then go down to the game, and then go for more options and close it from there. That usually fix. Or else, if things got really bad, you would hold the power button down on Xbox for about 20 seconds, unplug your Xbox, hold it again for 20 seconds, put it back on, and that's cleared a ton of bugs out of the game for me. The kind of hard not the hard reset. Yeah, it is called a hard reset, isn't it? It clears the local cache on the console and any little bugs you might have picked up. Okay, let's get back, guys. And we get back to our original system. To pop up by unloading the save. Also here on Steam. I wonder if it worked for this. Well, I got so many bugs in this game, especially with that settlement I have, and the only way I could get rid of them was to close the game. Not to quit, but to close the game from the app, from the game app. And that cleared up everything. It's an old problem with Xbox, you know. The kind of hold the power button down kind of thing, and you know, clearing any minor information or stuff that you picked up on the local cache on the console. But it's a kind of gold thing too on console if I'm having problems. No joking, it would fix 80% of the problems I have. You know, that alone. But there you go. That's how you find them. And we were lucky we got an S. Very rare. I would say, well, maybe about 1 in 15, 1 in 20. Sometimes you can get into an area where you just can't find them at all. You'd have to go on maybe 10,000, 15,000 light years to get a decent chance again. But we got lucky. Now we'll go from here straight back to our freighter. That's in the other system. It will give us a shortcut. And I'll sort everything else before we go back to the expedition. But that was nice. I wanted to do this earlier today anyway, because I was getting the feeling there was something off. S's were getting way too rare. Now, I'm in the system that I picked was the Hilbert system, I think. So it should bring us back there. We'll go back to our freighter. Yeah, there it is. The Hilbert. Yeah, sorry, we're in a different dimension here. We're in the starting dimension. This is the Hilbert one. Yeah, really. But you really have to see it, you know, explaining it, you know, you think you might be doing something wrong, and I know how frustrating that is. It took me about 2 hours to figure that silly thing out. But you'd have to see it, you know? You definitely, how kind of boring it can be waiting for it as well. But the reason we got lucky there is, I haven't been having much luck in this system, and was getting a bit iffy, you know, kind of maybe the spawning was, something seemed to be off. But going back to that system, you know, kind of cleared it out, so I should be okay in this system for a while again. Yeah, it's a one-off thing. You can, I think you can recraft it if you want to, but it won't work. So just dispose of it. Now, all we've got to do here now is to get back to the current base in the current system. That's it. But that's the pirate, isn't it? Oh no, we did do a 3-star, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, it did kind of prove it. You see, we struck out 3 times, and the second I went back to the other system, it all kind of reset back to where it should be. Yeah, basically, yeah. That kind of proved it. You know, it could be a coincidence, but I'm not that big into coincidences. So if you have any problems, if you've got another dimension to move to, or even getting back as far as you can in the universe to another base might help. But here we are. So, let's call in our anomaly and we'll get back to the expedition. Oh, hang on. What did that say there? Something, if it's just collecting stuff, I'm okay. Nah, that's okay. I can do that another time. Now let's see if we lost our place in the galaxy. No, that's about right, guys. 259. Yeah. It's just a few thousand light years off. We're good. Now let's get going here. I haven't got much anyway to do on the expedition. I should be able to finish it, guys. We've still got an hour, and I think that's all it will take. But that was cool. At least we got an S as well to kind of show that you can get an S. You know. Absolutely, yeah. But it was kind of due because I've been not getting them here for the longest time, and that kind of fixes it. Now, where's that one again? Where's that one where we gotta go back? The log. That's weird. Oh, they're just endless ones. We don't need to know anyway. We just get back from here. Okay, let's get back and finish this expedition. That should send us back to exactly where we were, I think. Well, it is a different save, isn't it? Resume expedition. But that was interesting. I managed to show some of the flaws I found. They all came up all at once. You know, tree systems without getting anything and then switching over to the other dimension, and it seemed to correct itself, and not only did it do that, but we kind of got lucky and got an S as well. Now, let me get something to drink. Yeah, my blood pressure tablets have been making me pretty cotton mouth. And we got lucky as well. I showed you the problems with that pirate freighter, you know, and getting the S-class module. Seems to be the only way around it. Taking out the engines, and once you do that you can take your time then taking out the shields, but making sure not to take all of the shields out until that other ship gets destroyed. And then you can get your S-class. Every time, guaranteed. Now, but that's the way it should be. It's not a glitch or an exploit. It just can be a bit buggy. Yeah, that's it. We're here, aren't we? We are. Now, expedition. Yeah, that's the one. Log. Master of Bones. Blah 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 blah. Let's go do that. None in this system. Yeah, okay. Wonder what system we're in. Let's get our ship out anyway. We can take our time here. Where is our ship? Ah, it's one of my... There it is. I keep looking for the old ship and they've given me this piece of rubbish on this one. Hello, Toby. Yeah, this is my doggos. I've got two here with me, two Pomeranians. But they seem to be awoke. You gonna watch me play? Of course you are. Yeah, this is Tubbs. He's a great doggo. He is. He's, I think 10. Maybe 11... Actually, I think he's just gone 11 March. No. I think he'll be 11 next March. And Rex is 11 and he'll be 12 in... no, sorry. It's Rex that's March. Toby is October. He'll be 11 this coming October. Rex is 11 since March, and next March he'll be 12. Yes, but you're still a baby. Yeah, he's awake as well. Okay, we're all here, so no ancient bones. Detect in the system. And non-planetary research. Okay. Let's see, is there anything here? We see from the discoveries. Didn't we find one here, guys? Maybe I'm wrong. Bones. This is the fourth system. Oh yeah, we didn't get a chance. Yeah, we came in and then we said we'd do that thing. We're not sure if there's bones here. There's one there, guys. That would do it. Would you believe I just figured that out the other day? Ah! Okay, let me get out of here. I'm going to spin around. I got caught on this. Just got an emergency broadcast. So you think just hit it up. No, try it for a while. Yeah, just try it for a while. All I'm saying is that I find that you're less likely, you know what I mean? The emergency broadcast would have been the
the derelict freighter, just keep it going. You know, do what I did. You know, full charge and then about a half a charge again. Then go to another system. And just try that for about 2 or 3 times to see if it works out. You know, it can be common enough. Like, I think the worst case scenario, I remember one time on one of those little things I did, I had 2 broadcast signals, 3 wormholes, and still managed to get a ship. And I think when another system where I actually found one of those guys, but he wasn't good enough, and then I wanted to find a derelict freighter, I came across the same guy twice in a system before I found the freighter. So it's kind of all over the place, you know. Yeah, you might as well kind of dig into it now, you know. And, you know, try that one. So go 1 full charge, then make sure you recharge, and yeah, at least, you know, where I showed you on the just below the halfway mark. After that, then yeah, just stop and reload. Try another 3-star system, and even try 3, even 4, you know, just to get the feel of it. And then if it gets really desperate, I wouldn't, to be honest, go back to the other system unless we're talking about maybe 5 or 6 systems where it didn't work, because sometimes you can get into an area, Drolo, where it's just useless, you know. And make sure when you're trying another system, go out as far as you can with your hyperdrive. Don't try the local systems, because if you try a system where nothing came up, chances are the nearby systems will be the same. So you'd want to get out as far as possible, as far as your hyperdrive will bring you to a 3-star system, and try it there. Don't try the local systems. Get out as far as you can. Yeah. Nice. You got one. Yeah, it will... It's most likely it will be a C, but I would say maybe an A. At least a B, because it's your first one, let's say, and that you found after the other one. But be sure to tell me what it is. With a bit of luck, it might be an S. If it's an A, always take the A's. Take the A's and the S's. Leave the B's and the C's. The A will rank up pretty quickly, you know, within about 3 within about 3 missions, 3 to 4 missions, you know. Try and send A's on the long missions, 6 and 4 hours. Now, remember, Jolo, yeah, a C. Yeah, you can if you want to, but you'll see after a while. Now, remember when you send these guys out, they'll come out with some certain stuff like egg sacs and membranes. Do not, I repeat, do not sell the egg sacs and membranes. Put those into storage. Because when you get your living ship, those egg sacs and membranes will upgrade your living ships. You know the ones you get? The living ships? So they'll upgrade your storage, and they'll upgrade your tech on your living ship. Do not sell them. Once you start sending those guys out, they'll eventually come back with that junk. So don't sell it. It's called... yeah. No, but he's going to send them out, you know. And it's important that he knows what they're for, or he will sell them. And they're rare enough, you know. But it's not much of a spoiler. You know. Make sure and keep those. Yeah. No, he's familiar enough with it, but he hasn't sent out the living ships before. Yes. Yeah, there you go. You got your first. I decided to look for living. Cool. So no spoilers. Yeah. Good. No, I thought it was very important, you know, because you might sell those. But yeah, maybe that's the reason I started looking for these as well once I got my living ship, and you're probably the same. You realise that the junk they're bringing back is the only way I was wondering how to upgrade my ship. Not a spoiler. So how have you been, Tojan? Now, okay, we're doing the last of this. Where is it? Oh yeah, we gotta get away from this. No, I've already marked this planet, have I? Okay. Where's that little planet? There it is.
That's the one there, guys. Yay, activate ancient bones, that's the one. Let's go. Grumpy. No, I'm not. Just a little tired, you know. But yeah, sometimes I can get grumpy. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, nearly finished. We just took some time off to kind of demonstrate finding a living ship. And we got lucky. We managed to kind of highlight some of the problems and how to fix it, and even the little problems, remember, on the freighter. You know, a little system I came up with, you know, about getting that S-class upgrade. So we got a chance to do that just by accident. But I'll show you what we've got left, not much. We should be done here shortly. Got all the other junk out of the way. Come on now. Come on now. God, this is a horrible ship. Okay, well, surely. Am I going blind that I can't see a thing here? Okay, if that's the way you want it, we'll land here. Yeah, we'll land at the trading station. Same thing. It does. Occasional. Very occasional. Now. There it is there. It's a long way away. Oh, I can't really mark it from this distance. Okay, well, I have to hightail it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's see if we can go there by ship. I prefer to do it that way, to be honest. Is it still highlighted? It is, it is. Yeah, this will save us a ton of time. God, this is brutal. I can't see a thing. Just my luck, right in the middle of a storm. Yeah, that's close enough. And that was quick, wasn't it? Too much junk on this. Yeah, let's get in here, guys. The storm is pretty bad. Let's see, where's the nearest one? There's another one there. There's another one there. Oh, there's at least 3 of them anyway. That's something, I suppose. Now let's see. Well, that's it here, guys, I'd say. Let's see if we do a little bit of scanning. We'll make our mark here a little bit. But this storm is ridiculous. Horrible storm. I'm trying to find a good solar ship. Do you have any tips for that? I heard they spawn more in outlaw systems. Yeah, the outlaws tend to be fond of them, alright. I refuse tons of S-class solars. Yeah. But, in my game, I don't get many ships in the pirate stations. Only one for some reason. Everyone else is saying, oh, 3 and 4 ships come in. But not in my game. You'll see them a lot on freighters as well. Well, there could be any... You know, there could be any of the three species. There could be Korvax, there could be Gek or Viking. Yeah. But any outlaw system. They seem to be most common there. For some reason. But I'd say on this playthrough, although having said that, I've been to maybe 700 stations. I've seen about 3 that I didn't take. I only took an S-class Sentinel, some living ships, and this royal ship I've been on. Oh yeah, I see them all the time as well. But you're looking for an S-class, is it? But yeah, they're very, very common. Yeah. They're extremely common. But if you hang around long enough, you should see some come in. But yeah, pirate systems would be the most common to see them. And sometimes on the trade stations as well. But an S, yeah, you're probably... Oh, you have a good chance of getting an S in a pirate system. I didn't have much luck with you know, finding those kind of ships. Although I did fluke an S-class Sentinel after 50 searches, you know, for an S-class. And that was only by accident. I actually found one. Very, very hard to get any kind of S-class. I think early on in the game your scanner won't show the ship. It wasn't until I had all the upgrades and someone mentioned it that I realised you could. So if you're using it for you, yeah, it's perfect. But if you want it for a freighter, for the squadron, you know, those can be upgraded. You know, A's would probably be best, less expensive. You got an S on the expedition, nice. I refused 3 of them. I think I refused 3 of those. I refused a couple of fighters and an S, almost all of them. I refused, and I refused about at least a dozen other royals because they're just the same as mine. Yeah, they're too common. And then when you realise you've got X amount of room, you know. But I think I've seen about 3. So what you're better off doing is, if you go to a system, you know, well, basically, you know, if you see something you like, you know, just kind of stake it out for a while. What you're better off doing is just keep going around to you know, when you're doing other stuff, just making sure you always stop at least a 3-tier economy and waiting around that little bit. You'll get 2 waves coming in. There's usually 1 and then 3 more and 4. Then you wait till you get the second wave, and if they don't come in on that, you know, sometimes maybe if you fast travel, you know, use the teleporter out of that system back to your base, maybe if it's a good bit away, wait for a minute, come back, you might have another chance. But I do know reloading there doesn't make much of a difference. You know, that no difference. Yeah. Oh, but they're gone pretty scarce now, but I've seen a few. I've seen them on trade stations. I've mostly seen them on space stations. I've even seen one land on a pirate freighter, and I've seen one land on a freighter I rescued as well. And I'm almost sure, I'm 100% sure I've seen a traveller on one of those royals, those exotics. And now I have something ready for the idiot and I can't find him now. I think I've seen him twice. I've seen one on a PlayStation, or on a space station, piloting a ship. And I've seen another one on a freighter. I'm not sure if it was a pirate. I don't think it was a pirate. I think it was one I saved. But I've got a ship ready and waiting for him now. If I find him this time, I'm putting him straight into the squadron. But yeah, solars are pretty nice. And we'll see in a minute when I get back, if we've got time. I'll travel around to some of the stations and we see if we can... They should be common enough. Now, let's go. I just want to get at least one living thing on this, just to... get her name on the scoreboard, I suppose. Oh, there's always birds here somewhere. Let me see. Oh, we're good. Oh, here's the guy there. There. Now, we're looking for more of those. Oh, there it is. No, that's strange. It's done showing up. Oh, it couldn't be that far away, guys, could we? Probably. Okay, we'll use the ship. Oh, hang on, maybe we've got enough. Nah, we couldn't have gotten enough from that, could we? Nah, we just got one hit here. Yeah, we got all 5. How quick was that? Okay, let's go. Okay, we don't have to spend any more time here. Oh, that was quick. That's impossible. I wonder, is it... No, we got all... Yeah, we got everything. It's weird. No, I haven't seen any yet. Yeah, I haven't seen any yet. But then again, it was ages on my original save before I've even seen one. Yeah, true. I don't even remember seeing a solar now that you think of it. Now that I think of it, actually, sorry. But then again, I wasn't really looking, you know? Or we can go back to our little... I've done a temporary kind of storage area. We can go back and we can do that little thing and sell the bones and get out of here. I still haven't figured out how we bring back stuff from this, but we'll see. I know we can replicate our ship on this side. So I'm wondering if I replicate it on this side and add some junk to it, will it be on the ship when I get back? Doubtful. Yeah, I'll figure it out later, not a biggie. Okay. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeah, the guys have been busy here, haven't they? B-class engineer, which allowed me to make long jumps. Yeah. I just kind of took my time. Because I was doing a lot of fixing and a lot of sourcing, so at that time it wasn't in my my best interest to not go out too far too quickly. Fixing up the settlement and that. Yeah. I'd be surprised how... Oh, there's... I'd say how much? Maybe 2% here have been visited. I would be surprised even, you know, this game has been out so long that if even 5% of it was visited, the systems. And that's not mentioning the planets. It would be probably less than 1% on the planets. Because as you said, yeah, a lot of systems you would just be on your way to somewhere. I did as well. I've been finding lots of them. You know, even out from the expeditions where you're going to find it, you know. And there we go. Now, well, that's it. Perfect. Now let's get in here, get a reward. We'll get straight back to our little base we built. We'll make up that little display. We'll put it in storage. And then all we've got to do is sell bones and then we're done. Yeah, there it is. Once we make that display, all we've got to do then is just sell some bones. Probably to this guy here. We'll load up all of those bones. Yeah, we should be good. Yeah, all of you would have been dropped off there, yeah. That's why there were so many settlements on that other spot.
I'm guessing there were players that weren't long in the game that didn't already have a settlement, you know. So am I, yeah. I'm saying I didn't see any exotics either on the expedition on this new save. And I'm not sure if I've seen any solars, to be honest. But I wasn't really paying attention. What's the reward for this? Oh, look at the polished stone. Fossilized simple. Okay. Right. And that's getting... Okay, we'll just leave it where it is. It's okay for a while. Now... That's the next one, isn't it? Yeah, and that one there. Okay, we'll get back to the station. I've got everything in storage back here. And all we need to do is to make up that thingy and sell some junk and then we're good. That's bye-bye expedition. Oh yes, yes, I see what you mean now. You got the Sentinel here and you didn't rely on the hyperdrive on this. Yeah, we could only move maybe 1 or 2 jumps. So you saved a bit of time. You changed your ship. No, I stuck with this one. I see what you mean now. Oh, hello, Bo. How have you been? Oh, that's good to hear. How's your week been going so far? Now let's go right back. I think we should be able to do everything from here. We won't have to come back here again, I'd say. Now, when we finish, I want to get rid of this. You know, so that will give me more pieces on my... I think you get X amount of pieces across all your saves, so I don't want to waste any here. So everything will be moving from here. Good, good, good. Yeah, we're making good time, guys. 5.5 hours, we got a half an hour left. Let's see if we can get back this junk, I'm not sure. Wonder if we'll replicate that other ship and load that junk into it. I'd like to bring back the bones and stuff. I did make some room. Near the end, but working. We're almost done. All I've got to do now is to make up this and then sell 2.5 million in bones, and that's it, and we got a ton of bones. So, where is it? Yeah, just those two, basically. And that one is going to be done real quick. Now, I think we need some, what was it? Pure ferrite, isn't it? Pure ferrite. That's magnetized. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, let's see, do we need it anyway? I can always make some, it's not a biggie. Yeah, that's the one we need to use. Yeah, we need 25 pure ferrite. That's weird. Let me see. Well, maybe I used it, I don't know. There it is. Pure ferrite. And I'll get rid of all this junk later. Destroy it or sell it or do something with it. Where are you? This guy here. A protoform. Okay, this guy is standing up and he's... Let's see what he looks like. Yeah, okay, we'll try and get it something similar.
He's got that skull. He's got those little arms. We'll try and do like a T-Rexy kind of thing. Yeah, since I'm... Oh, you can... Yeah, I was just wondering how we bring this junk back. Probably just sell it here. I'm just not sure how it goes, to be honest. There. Oh, so it costs. I didn't know that. 24 items and 8 stacks of modules. And the rest is auto cells. Ah, I see. Go very slow with it, yeah. In a machine. Yeah. I wanted to bring back as much of this as possible. Well, definitely this. So, what are we going for? Guy with a... Okay, let's see if we can get something here. Yeah, well, definitely he's a predator, isn't it? So I use that. It will be on... No, dangling forearms. Hang on. Let's put these in for a moment. I'm happy with the head, so... Sugar. There, that's perfect. Yeah, okay. He'll be standing up like so. And what's that? I don't know, maybe that one, guys. Yeah, the other thing is too much of a birdie looking thing. The body. I'm going with this. Here. And then there's something where you've got to put in wings. It's stupid. Fossilized wing stubs. Okay. And now we need those dangling arms. Where are the hunter's forearms? That would work. Yeah, I think that would do. I'm not sure. Oh, I can use them more than once. Oh, I see. It's in the way you can go back and forth between the saves and bring back some stuff, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to bring back those bones and stuff. So I'm not sure then. I can get back here again after the expedition, I can. I'll see how much I can bring back in one go. And then I won't scrap this until I'm absolutely sure. Yeah, I can get back after the expeditions. Until the expedition is over, obviously. I'll have everything going within today. Stop it now, Rex. Okay, let's see if we can do this one. Oh, no wings, upper limbs. Hunters dangling forearms. Lower limbs. And those stalking leg bones. And then, oh, a tail. We need a tail. Well, that's a classic, isn't it? That one there. The plated tail. Let's see what it looks like. Well, God knows. God knows. We're giving him the plated tail. Oh, I don't know about the plated tail. Yeah, it's a bit iffy, isn't it? We'll try that one there, and we'll go with the curly one, I'd say. Yeah, the tail is a bit off now, to be honest. The tail is a small bit off. What about the curly guy? Yeah, that's more like it, guys. We want him to be pretty neat on the statue. Ah, that's good enough then, yeah. I'll just see how many slots I have. Hmm. Hmm. After the expedition, if you have a base here, you will still live here. Oh, so I'll get access to it again. So it's just a matter of me coming back? I see. It's a matter then of me coming back, clearing up all the junk. That's perfect. Yeah. I can leave everything here then, clearing up all the junk and getting rid of it. It'll be transferred to my primary save. That's what you're saying. Even though it is a new one. Perfect. Mm. Ah, I see. Right, okay, let's do that. So we're good then. There it is. Yeah, that's perfect. The safes will be empty, yeah. The base will be here, but not the contents, so get rid of them. Yee, I see. They sell their content. Ah, I see. I'll see what I can bring back then. We'll save what we can. But the stuff I got on the expedition, they won't get rid of that, won't they? Hmm. Yeah. Well, bring what I can then. The really important stuff. What's this? And 200 and 50 quicksilver. Hmm. Yeah. So 16 for the other stuff. We'll be able to bring enough. I don't mind losing some of the bones. I'm going to have to sell a ton of them anyway. Any phase rewards can be collected on any save. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't have to... Yeah. Okay. What have I got to do now? Oh, they're giving me a nice musical thing. This one here. Sell the fossils. Now, I don't mind losing some of this junk, obviously. So let's make some room here for a moment. And there's certain stuff I definitely want to keep. Where is the... There it is. Well, I definitely want to keep those. Now, either way, we've got to sell what? 250... Well, 2.5 million sort of bones. So I'd like to keep the heads, if possible. Let me just get this sorted out for a little bit here. Alright, let's see if we got enough room on this guy here. This is the stuff I want to keep-ish. Although that, to be honest, I'm gonna sell that. It's not a biggie. Right, we'll see if we can make 2.5 mil from these. Now, I got a little companion egg as well that I'm definitely not leaving behind, and these two. The rest is not that much of a problem. Okay. I might keep them as a kind of memento from the expedition, because I need some decorating stuff anyway, you know? Yeah, I'd like to keep them. They don't transfer out. Yeah. This is, companion egg. So they wanted me to hatch it here, is it? No two companions. Oh, that's kind of useless then. Huh. so. We'll try it anyway, but that's a pity. That's horrible. I was looking forward to that. You'll have to get the egg at the anomaly. Oh yeah, that's something that's... Yeah. You cannot put it in the terminal. Yeah, this is part of the rewards. Yeah, as you said, we'll get the rewards. Yeah. You brought it both ways. Nice. Well, we'll see anyway. We'll just get this last piece done. Now, I'm guessing we've got to sell this to a collector, isn't it? Let's do a save here. Yeah, I'm kind of not trusting it either a little bit. Okay, let's check this. I think we've got to sell it to this guy here. Sell fossils for 2.5 mil. Right, I think it's this guy, isn't it? Which is handy because we've got a little base here as well. Yeah, it would be this guy. Sell, yeah, okay. So we need 2.5 mil, isn't it? I want to keep the heads if I wanted to. So what's this? Okay.
Units received.
I don't even know what I sold. Whatever. Keeping that giant egg.
Units received.
We'll just sell them, guys.
Received.
I'll keep the heads if I can.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
I'll be getting rid of you as well in a moment.
Units received. Units
Alright, let's see what we've got. We've got 1.2. We're halfway there. We'll sell them all if we have to. I'm not really bothered. It's a possibility we might have to do a little bit more hunting, but we'll see. See if we can keep the heads anyway.
Units received. 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 Units received.
Now let's see what we've got. That's it, guys. We're done. That's the end of the expedition, guys. Yeah, let's go in here. Customize something set, whatever that is. Now let's see. What do we get here? Okay. 20 dart for some reason. And where's the rewards for that one? We get... yeah. Banner. Nice. That's it, guys. Now let's see what we can drag back from this place. Oh, we got a blueprint. I like that. So, we'll take whatever we can. We'll sell the rest. I don't mind selling all of that junk as well. So now we'll offload everything here. And of course we'll be selling a lot of junk. Won't really make a difference. Yeah, lots of this will be sold.
No free slots in suit inventory.
This is the sellable junk, of course. Yeah, we get rid of that. Okay. What else do we need to get rid of here? Yeah, we've got we've got a few there. Now, we need to get rid of all this junk, guys. Yeah, we'll finish here once and for all. Oh yeah, yeah. The ones that I want to take, they'll auto sell. Yeah. Yeah, better for me to sell, yeah. Yours did, in the base. Yeah. Oh, I could, yeah, I just feel safer just scrapping this. Yeah, I'm getting out of here. You know, getting done with it. Which will be pretty easy to do, you know. And then just getting rid of the base completely. Now we're done here. Let me do this again. Well, that's the base computer. It might be a problem. Yeah, let's go and sell some stuff here. And then I get right back here. Where is the... well, it doesn't really matter. We can go to this one. We'll sell to our heart's content here. Okay, before I fall asleep, good night, Randy, and thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we haven't got along here anyway. Absolutely. Have a good one, Randy. Have a good rest and take care. Stay safe. Bye. Now, okay, let's just get rid of some of this junk here. What are some things? Yeah, we'll be getting rid of all of that. Yeah, well, we know what we're doing with that. Now, let's make some room. So, let's see what we have here.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
Yeah, well, I'll try and keep those if I can. Oh, that's one of our exhibit. Yeah, we're not saying that, are we?
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Oh. Well, this, I wouldn't mind taking it, but then again, I won't have the room, will I?
Units received.
That's stuff I can easily get anyway.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
Hang on, there's something more there that's absolute rubbish. I think we've made enough room.
Units received.
Oh, crystallized helium. Now that's something I want. Yeah, that is definitely something I want. There, that should be enough room, guys. Let's get back and just get rid of the get rid of the bone base. We get out of here. Yeah, it doesn't bother me that much. It's kind of too far back, you know. I've been to so many planets and got so much stuff. And then if I really want to go overboard in building at this, I don't want to be going back and scrapping other places. Yeah, well, I suppose we could. Yeah, we could leave it. What we'll do is we'll just get the stuff out. We'll just get this stuff out, and we'll leave the power system and this, and we'll leave those. And I can come back later anyway, can't I? Yeah, just get rid of this junk here. Just to cut down. We'll leave the save point, we'll leave that. We'll leave everything except these and those ones. Yeah, I can probably come back and get it later anyway. There, that should do. Then we just get rid of that. There we go. Everything is gone from there. Yeah, that would do. Now it's how much can we carry, isn't it? And there's stuff on the ship as well, remember that. Now, we'll go back to the hang on, we'll go back to the last one. We'll call in the anomaly and we'll see what we can carry back. I think I wanted to do that underwater base. I'll have a look at it during the week. See if I can. I'm still kind of hung up on getting all the pieces. I'll get around to it. So the rest will be sold. Yeah, that's okay. We'll just save what we need. Let's see, is there anything really vitally important in here that we need? It's not too bad. What's that there? Yes. Well, this is all I can kind of do without this, to be honest. You know, if I wanted to. Well, that's kind of handy. Right, let's see how much it'll let us take out. Oh, new rewards available. No. Did we miss? I think we missed something, guys, did we? Yeah, there it is. Final phase, new reward. Oh, there it is. I forgot to click on that one. Expedition complete. Congratulations. The expedition is complete. Return to the space anomaly to view your rewards and achievements. Exclusive expedition phase rewards on and all saves. In addition, you will earn additional quicksilver, nanites, or units for feats accomplished during the expedition. Before finishing the expedition, use the expedition terminus to send valuable items back to your primary save. This is the one I want. Surplus items will be processed into units or nanites as appropriate. I get it. Accept. Are you sure, guys, we can go back and get rid of that base? Of course we can. It doesn't matter anyway. It's on an... it doesn't matter. It's on the... how bad could it be anyway? Yeah, I think we'll be able to get back to it. Accept. Now, let's bring up that thing. Now let's see if we've got all of the rewards on this. Yeah, we're pretty much done. So same system as we used before, isn't it? That's cool. And that's bye-bye expedition. I know for sentimental reasons I want to keep those displays we made. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, what's the egg thing doing up there? Egg modification. It doesn't matter. We can do this from the other one, isn't it? Hmm. Ah, let me see. Here's a terminus anyway. We'll see what they'll hold. Oh yeah, they're allowing me to do junk from here, guys. Right. Let's see. Well, I want that anyway. The Titanic trophy. Let me see. That's just a display case, guys. That's not what I want. There we go. We want the real deal. Let's see what we can get out on this. Yeah, this is simple enough. Now, we want the really valuable stuff. Let's see what's on the ship. We'll carry what we can, but there's nothing I can't live without there. So let's see. The tech is really a no-go. Yeah, I want to see this stuff. Do we even need that? Well, I definitely want that fish. Yeah. You're coming with me. Should be another display here somewhere, guys. How many displays did we do? We did 5 displays. Oh, here it is. We got it. Yeah, we got him. That's it, all 5. Hmm. Yeah. First guy I got, so yeah, I gotta keep him. Oh, hi, Strun. Thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. And how have you been? Okay, let's see what else I need here. Obviously, I want to keep this junk, but let's see. I don't even know what that is. But it's only used for trading, they'll sell that. Yeah, okay. We'll get rid of some of these ones. They're kind of rare enough. Yeah, don't ask me why I'm collecting them, but we'll pick and choose what we want. I don't even know that we need that. It's an ingredient. Yeah, it's okay. I don't need a pass. I've already built another one on the other side. We don't need the ammo. We don't need that junk. Oh, hang on. We can easily fit all of this junk in then if that's the case. Yeah, we should be able to bring... We've got plenty of room, guys. I think. Yeah, this will save me a bit of work on the other side. Yeah, this should save me a tiny bit of work. Yeah, I think we'll be able to get it out in one go. There's no rush. That, of course. Now, let's see. Is there anything interesting we want? Well, I'll take the batteries. They're always handy. I don't need any of that, and I might take the other stuff, but we'll see. Yeah, I'll take those. Let's see what else we... Oh, sugar. I I didn't see that, no. Okay. Yeah, there's some nice pieces here I want. And that's just... Yeah, once I got the discovery for that, I'm not really interested in the same with that. Wouldn't mind the intact skeleton, to be honest. I don't know. I think I'll take these two. Yeah, I think that would do. As far as the tech is going, I've really got nothing more to... Well, okay, we'll take that anyway. But that's it, guys. The companion egg is grayed out. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't really even look at that one. Here, let's see if we go in. Yeah, probably won't let me bring it out. Let me check that again. Yeah, it's probably grayed out, is it? Yeah, it is. It won't let me bring it back. You're quite right. Yeah, we'll get that in rewards. But you're right. Absolutely. It is, it's grayed out. Oh, where's that bone I was looking for? There it is. Yeah, just in case. That's it, guys. We're good. You just keep everything that's here, yeah. And I can before we leave, guys, I can 100% go back. I think I'll go back and take out that that base. Now I can go back. Ah, right. I'll go back and get rid of it now. Yeah, because I probably want to do a massive amount of building, so every piece I want to account for. Here, I can actually do it from here. We go scrap that. Yeah, I teleport to it from here. Just make sure and get that junk in. And then we'll have to get back here to hardware. It's a pity we can't teleport back here. Now we go back and get rid of this junk. Yeah. Just to be safe, you know? I've accounted for every piece out from the building in this. It is kind of tricky. Yeah, I've come across them. Now. How do we do this again? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Now I'm happy. That's bye-bye to everything there. Now let's get rid of the space. Done. Yeah, get rid of all the stuff. Now, let's get back. Even if we lose the stuff, it's no biggie. You get the reward. In what sense, though, John? Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, and it was simple enough. It was just like when we were coming in. They'll give me access to that thing to hold some stuff. It's just a reverse of what we did coming in. Now let's call in the anomaly. And that's it, we should be done. No, I'm not interested in coming back here, guys. You know, it's a massive, massive universe. And this is in the tail end of nowhere. Just wanted to get rid of that. I didn't want to have the hassle of getting rid of it later. I have several bits and pieces up to places I want to eventually get back to. And just wanted to get rid of it from the expedition, you know. Well, that's it. I think we've got everything now. So basically, you know, just you have X amount of room that you can put in at the end of the expedition to take what you want back, and then make sure you've got that in before you delete your base, and then return home. But even if I lost everything here, it doesn't make a difference. You get all that other stuff anyway. Yeah, there it is. It's everything. Is there anything on that ship I want? Well, not really. No, that will all be destroyed. Not much you can do about that, I suppose. Yeah. The tech is... No, there's nothing I want in the tech. Not in the least. What's that? Oh, that's bad. I think the worst one I have in the hyperdrive is 262. So that's rubbish. Yeah, and I already have that, so what's the point? Yeah, we've got all of that, and there's no good scrapping it, it's a waste of time. Yeah, that's good. And then there's my junk here, and that will all be gone, and that's good as well. Yeah, okay, let's go. Yeah, the stuff on this, you should see the amount of junk I have at home. Losing this is not a problem. Yeah, I just want to get done with the expedition. End expedition. That's it. Perfect. You are about to finalize items placed in terminals will be returned to your primary save. Supplement blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's perfect. Do you wish to continue? That's it. Watch the screen, sure. Oh yeah. Nanites and all of that stuff. Nice. And you get kind of bonuses for where you've been to. It's going on a bit, isn't it?
And we got 400 quicksilver, about as much as we do for a daily quest. Oh yeah, it's done. Apparently, yeah, if you build more stuff, but it's not really worth it, to be honest, Bo. Yeah. You know, something like 2.5 billion, and I've got like well over 500,000 nanites and stuff. I suppose if you wanted to get some more stuff from it, yeah. Yeah, I've just got too much to do on my primary save, you know. Now let's go and collect our junk. And we'll collect our expedition rewards as well. Let's get the rewards first. This is my normal save here. So let's get that. Ah. Available.
Collectible received.
Available. Ooh. It's an A, but we'll keep it.
Collectible received. Collectible received. Collectible received.
That's it. Now, let's get rid of that junk for a moment. There. Now we've got to collect that other junk, isn't it? And then we push all of that back on our freighter, I'd say. We just get this junk out as quickly as we can. Don't ask me why I'm collecting the bones. I'll probably need them for decoration later. You know, they're pretty common. Yeah, that will be a great game. But I think that's it for here, guys. Now, there's still some stuff I've got to do with factions and that, but I don't know if we get a stream out of it, to be honest. But yeah, it's looking like Friday and Saturday will be a new game. And we've just done our 6 hours. We've just barely got it done. Yeah, I still have, well, I have a couple of days off, don't I, till Friday and Saturday. I can clean this up a bit and I'll do the stuff I have to. Oh, we're well and truly done. Egg modification. I'll tell you what I'll do with that. I'll work that one out later, the egg thing. I'll just put it in storage for the time being. Where is that egg anyway? There it is, right up there. Keep an eye on that little egg. But prefer No Man's Sky. Valheim is brutal on single player, guys. I played Valheim for 9 months. Yeah, there's got to be some kind of hook. There needs to be, doesn't there? When they all look the same. By a 10-person team. Yeah, they might kind of nerf it a little bit, you know, as it goes more mainstream. Oh, nice! It's got a little kind of NPC village thing. Ah, that's nice. I would have loved to have seen more NPCs. You know, even some people you could hire for your main base. That's that, and you know, a few other things. But still, fantastic game, Valheim. Love the building on that. Now let's get this stuff back, guys, to our freighter. We can portal to it here. Where is it? Down here. But yeah, we got our 6 hours, so the latest you'll be hearing from me guys will be Friday and Saturday. So yeah, it's kind of looking like Medieval Dynasty. That one will be a quick game, I'd say. But we've still got that Stranded Deep and Cyberpunk with the Liberty DLC as well. You know, we haven't played that. I'm looking forward to those two. I did. Mistlands was brutal. You can't see anything in that. Yeah, you're probably better off, you know, if you've got other games to play until they finalise it and finish. I will definitely do a new playthrough on that when they finalise it, because it's on Xbox, and when they finalise it, they'll probably put achievements on it. So then I will definitely, it's still in development. That's when I'll do a whole fresh playthrough on that. But until then, I'd prefer to keep my character. I did too much work on that guy. Absolutely, where people can play together, yeah. And you too, Lobo, and thanks for hanging out. Now let's just get back to the freighter and we'll store this stuff. Or at least some of it, just get that bone work out of the way. Now, where did I put... Yeah, I've made space for these bones here. Let's see how much of this junk I can hold. Oh, this is ridiculous. How much room do we need for this? Oh, this is absolutely ridiculous, guys. Okay, we just squeezed it in, we did. I'll leave this down here for a moment, and I'll come back and I'll eventually sell this junk off. You know, eventually. Yeah, we'll just leave it here for the time being. Oh, then we don't have a ton of room, do we? Okay, we'll get this junk in anyway. And I've got those. Well, I want those for decoration. There's other stuff here I want to get rid of. Here. Yeah. That's just some empty displays that I was going to get around to doing, but we don't need them now. We'll sell those guys off. Now, will that fish fit in here, will he? Not a hope. Oh, that stuff was going to be sold. I've just been holding that just in case I need it for something, to be honest, but I don't think I do. So, there we go. Now, the egg I'll keep because I wanna do something with that over the next 2 days. See if we can get that little companion up and running. But not here, because it'll probably take too much time if it's anything like the other one. Now we'll do our save here. And that's it. I'll sort out the freighters and the living ships later. We're all done. So that's, yeah, about right. We've just done about 6 hours and 20 minutes. More than enough. So, that's me for this stream, guys. We'll do the usual. We'll do a raid. We'll, you know, hop over to some of our friends. Hopefully they'll be streaming something similar. I'll see you, Lobo, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So, the latest you'll see me, guys, is for the usual Friday and Saturday. My pleasure, Drolo. And thanks for stopping in and following. Appreciate it. And again, welcome. Welcome. And you too, Jaeger. Have a good one. So yeah, that's about it. Most likely, guys, we'll start with Medieval Dynasty. I've been itching to play that since I've seen it showcased, to be honest. What it's like to play is another thing, we'll say. You know, I'll find falls there somewhere. But it looks like it's kind of up my street, to be honest. There's plenty of grinding to do and all that stuff. We'll do a good bit before we start bringing the villagers in. But absolutely looking forward to that. Me too, yeah. Absolutely, I was impressed. But what it's like to play is another thing, we'll see. But I'd say it will be good. Absolutely looks a fun game. I know some people were disappointed because it was too much like a kind of farming kind of thing, but that's what the game is. But I think that was before the update when they had armor and stuff like that, so it will be something like in the sense of No Man's Sky, where it's not really focused on the combat, which suits me fine. I don't mind the combat, but you know, whether it's light on combat doesn't really bother me. You know, the planning and stuff like that. I'll see how the physics are. It's a pity that there's not a bit more freedom with the housing. It's kind of set pieces, and then you can kind of upgrade them. With town layouts and stuff like that, yeah, that will be interesting. It is. It all depends on what you want from a game. You know, if you're looking for a game with combat, you'd kind of go for Elden Ring or something like that. You know, if you're more into exploration or building or that kind of thing, obviously, you know, pick another thing. Why, thank you, Bo Jackson. So, okay, yeah, that's it. We'll leave it here. So, goodbye, Bo Jackson, Jaeger, Tojan, Lobo, Suburban Werewolf. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your week. And you too, of course, Kazoo. Take care. And thanks for being here. And, of course, also Randy, Tigger, Hufflepuff, and Terry, if you're watching also. Have a wonderful rest of your day, ladies. So, let's see who else is here. We mentioned Wolf, didn't we? I hope we did. Suburban Werewolf. Have a good one, Wolf. And I think O'Keefe is on. So take care, O'Keefe. Now, let me see. Who else have we got here? You know, my memory, guys. I'm depending on this message board and my memory to remember who was on. Let's see. I'm scrolling. We mentioned Randy. We did. And that's everyone I can see. Obviously, I've missed out on a few. So if I have, guys, my apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again, to everyone who was watching and lurking. Appreciate it. Later. No problem. Have a good one, Gazoo. Yeah, I don't mind the combat either, to be honest, you know. But if I'm building and exploring, I don't like it, and, you know, to have a kind of decision. Valheim wasn't too bad, but it did force you to do a lot of combat to get the stuff you needed for building. Goodbye, Drolo, and take it easy. It is. Yeah, like Han Solo, yeah. It took me a while to see that one. So yeah, of course, guys, I will be back for Friday and Saturday, as I said, and maybe do a little bit on this on my own time. So we'll go for this raid, and hopefully you'll bear with me for a little while for this one. And yeah, I hope all of you have a great day. So yeah, let's see who's out here, guys. I need to get some sleep because I am starting to mumble now. It's almost 8 AM my time, and I've been awake for a long time. So okay, let's see who's out here. This will take me just a tiny moment. I'm on Xbox, so it's a bit of a pain.